Chapter 1055. Lan Xiaoni looked at Enlin, who was standing outside the blood soul jade coffin, with a pleading expression. Big Boss Enlin, I'm your savior now. Can you return my storage ring? Enlin chuckled. Underling Lan, isn't it only right for an underling to save a big boss? Lan Xiaoni's lips twitched, but she seemed to have grown accustomed to Enlin's shamelessness and didn't bring it up again. She was only feeling a little sorry for herself. Even she didn't know why she had made that choice. She simply didn't want to see Enlin die. So she did it without any consideration for the consequences, nor did she think about whether she would die or not. As for their conversation, she selectively ignored it. Both of them fell silent as they silently recovered from their injuries. The cave world fell silent, after what felt like an eternity. Underling Lan and Lin suddenly said, what is it? Lan Xiaoni opened her blue eyes to look at Enlin, only to find that Enlin was still abiding by his promise not to look at her. Thank you, Enlin said. Lan Xiaoni faltered slightly before a sense of accomplishment welled up in her heart. So you know how to say that. How are you going to thank me? Enlin looked at the ground of the sacrificial altar in the distance. There was a long trail of blood interspersed with faint fish scales, as if it were a bridge connecting hell and heaven. He said in a gentle voice, As your big boss, I'll protect you from now on. And Lin's voice was extremely firm, as if he had just made an extremely important decision. Lan Xiaoni sniffled as tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you, big boss. An underling had officially become an official member, so he had a big boss to protect now. This was something Enlin could do for Lan Xiaoni. She had risked her life to save his life, so he definitely wouldn't stand by when she was being bullied. 2 hours later, Enlin's injuries were almost completely healed. He stood up and surveyed his surroundings. Other than the flaming river that flowed continuously, his surroundings were extremely quiet. It was just like before. And Lin took another glance at Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni's burns had already been healed by the blood jadeite soul coffin and the immortal pill, and scabs had already formed over her skin. Her smooth, snowy white skin had reappeared, and new scales had also appeared on her tail. She was no longer in her rotting state, and the ugly fish had reverted back to a beautiful fish. The mermaid's burns were basically cured, but the poison that had penetrated deep into her bones still needed a lot of time to be completely removed. Lan Xiaoni detected Enlin's gaze, and she looked into his eyes as a vibrant smile appeared on her face. Big Boss Enlin, are we going to continue? My injuries are almost healed. I can come out now. Enlin immediately shook his head. No, the toxins in your body have not been completely cleared. You'd better take a good rest here. I'll go take a look around first. No, I want to go with you. Lan Xiaoni struggled to crawl out of the coffin. If Shihaizi comes after you again, he won't do anything to you with me around. And Lin fell silent as he looked at Lan Xiaoni, who had volunteered to be his human shield. At this moment, Lan Xiaoni had already jumped out of the coffin, and she spun around with a smile on her face. See, Big Boss Enlin, I told you I was fine. She spat out another mouthful of black blood. And Lan Xiaoni, what if I told you this is a natural process of detoxification? Would you believe me? Lan Xiaoni pouted as she looked at Enlin with a pitiable expression. Enlin's lips twitched as he pointed at the coffin. Get the F*CK back into the coffin right now. Lan Xiaoni's body trembled slightly, but she could only lie back into the coffin with an aggrieved expression in the face of Enlin's tyrannical might. For some reason, a hint of sweetness welled up in her heart at the sight of Enlin's enraged expression. Enlin then released Gundam 3 and Yao Ji from his storage ring before instructing them to protect Lan Xiaoni. Only then did he begin his exploration of this world. After Lan Xiaoni risked her life to save Enlin, Shihaizi never appeared again. Even so, Enlin didn't dare to let his guard down. He unleashed his divine sense to its fullest extent while holding the vermilion bird mirror and the brick in his hands at the same time. That's right, in the face of this type of power that was beyond his abilities, only cheat-like items would be able to keep it at bay. The vermilion bird mirror and the brick were the best choices, and Lin arrived at the blue, rectangular block before gently stroking the cracks on its surface. A massive hole had been punctured into this block by Shihaizi's spear, but the energy fluctuations emanating from it were still extremely powerful. Divine inspection technique. A string of information began to appear in his mind. Sea Heart Stone, a crystallization formed by the convergence of the power of the earth and the ocean in the depths of the West Sea. It is a top-tier container for weapon refinement and is a divine rank material. And Lin's eyes lit up. Another divine rank material. Furthermore, this was an extremely rare treasure that could be used to refine weapons. It looked like he had basically gathered all of the materials needed to refine a divine tool. A peculiar feeling welled up in Lin's heart. It was as if all of the treasures he had obtained in these ruins were all for the sake of giving him a chance to refine a divine tool. He shook his head and discarded this peculiar thought. Perhaps this was just the tomb owner's hobby of collecting treasures. He liked to let trial takers experience the peculiar feeling of being able to summon a divine tool after collecting enough treasures, and Lin picked up the Sea Heart Stone without any hesitation and stowed it into his storage ring. He thought for a moment before carefully pulling out the blue spear from his storage ring. This spear was materialized from Shihaizi's power of the divine Tao, and it was something that could easily pierce through his divine body and the Sea Heart Stone. As such, he couldn't be too careful. In all honesty, if this spear really was materialized from a simple condensation of the power of the divine Tao, then there was no way that it would remain in its original state for so long. Even after putting it into his storage ring, there was still no change. This was far too strange. And Lin was worried that Shihaizi would be alerted by the appearance of this spear. His entire body tensed up, and he looked nervously at the nearby space. After seeing that there wasn't any commotion, he felt a little reassured and used his divine inspection technique on the spear. Soon, information regarding the spear surged into his mind. Armor-piercing divine spear, materialized from Shihaizi's power of the divine Tao and true intent of the divine Tao. It contains Shihaizi's paramount understanding of the Tao of water attacks and can be absorbed for observation. And Lin faltered slightly upon receiving this information. As expected, this spear wasn't just a simple body of energy. It was also imbued with Shihaizi's understanding of the Tao. This was equivalent to tossing him an inheritance. Even though the method was a little violent, it was still a good result, and Lin joined his hands in a salute toward the nearby space. Thanks. Shihaizi's attempt to outsmart him made Lin feel extremely satisfied, and Lin wore a content expression, and he was just about to put the spear back into his storage ring when he turned toward the nearby coffin with a thoughtful expression. He still remembered what he had said in the past. Why don't I fulfill my promise now? Chapter 1056. This spear was imbued with Shihaizi's Tao intent. If he took the spear back and carefully observed it, he would most likely be able to attain a lot of enlightenment in the Tao of water-type attacks. And Lin could take it back and slowly study it. But in reality, the most suitable person to possess this spear was Lan Xiaoni, who was also a member of the Spirit Fish clan, just like Shihaizi. He thought about it for a moment before making his way over to Lan Xiaoni and handing the spear over to her. Lan Xiaoni's hands were crossed over her smooth and flat abdomen as she lay silently on the coffin. She looked up at Lin with her bright eyes, and her expression was a little dazed, as if she had yet to come to her senses. She was a little confused. What is it? This spear. And Lin grabbed onto Lan Xiaoni's slender hand and placed the spear in her hand. Take it. This spear belongs to you anyway. I was only taking care of it for you. Studying the power within it will be very beneficial to you. Lan Xiaoni blushed at the sight of Lin holding onto her hand, and she instinctively replied, Ahem. She then seemed to realize what the spear represented. This was Shihaizi's inheritance. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Anlin. You're really going to give me a treasure like this? Anlin replied in a matter-of-fact manner. This is a reward that I can bestow upon my underlings who have performed well. Lan Xiaoni gripped onto the spear tightly, and tears welled up in her eyes as she burst into tears again. Wah! Big Boss Anlin, you're the best! Anlin nodded in exasperation at the sight of the mermaid, who was about to burst into tears again, and left her to vent her emotions. He looked at the spatial passageway on the other side of the river, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It looks like this tomb isn't very friendly toward foreign living beings. I really want to know how much power you've left behind here. And Lin was already prepared to bash Shihaizi's statue as soon as he got out of here. If Lan Xiaoni had chosen to run away, then wouldn't he really have died here? He couldn't tolerate this injustice any longer. He had to teach Shihaizi a lesson. He began to wander around this glowing world, searching for any treasures he might have missed or left behind. Unfortunately, other than a few fire dragons emerging from the flaming river, there didn't seem to be anything special. And Lin even used his powerful body to dive into the depths of the flaming river to investigate the situation. In the end, he only found some abnormally dense fire essence at the bottom of the river. There were no treasures. Sigh, looks like the sea heartstone is the only treasure left. And Lin sighed softly. He had nothing to do, so he returned to the coffin and unleashed his evergreen technique to speed up Lan Xiaoni's recovery. A rich green light lit up the entire space, and Lan Xiaoni lay down comfortably under the green light with her eyes narrowed in bliss. This is probably what love feels like, right? What a beautiful light. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but praise. And Lin, another 2 hours passed. Lan Xiaoni's injuries had been completely healed. An immortal pill, a coffin, and in Lin's second stage evergreen technique combined together was no joke. As long as she wasn't dead, her recovery speed was nothing to scoff at. Thank you. Big Boss and Lin, I've recovered. Lan Xiaoni sprang out of the coffin with a dainty smile on her face. Ever since Lin had promised to protect her, she had become a lot less reserved around him, and she had become a lot more intimate with him. And Lin smiled. Seeing as you've recovered, let's go back. All right. Lan Xiaoni nodded obediently. Aside from her straightforward personality, Lan Xiaoni was actually quite easy to get along with. Let's go, I'll take you out of here. And Lin held onto Lan Xiaoni's warm, soft hand as he unleashed his 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame at the same time, materializing a thick suit of flaming armor around their bodies as they charged toward the poisonous mist and scorching flames without any fear. The poisonous mist and flames that almost killed Lan Xiaoni were all repelled by the flames on Lin's armor. They continued onward with an unstoppable force, piercing through the entire perilous realm. Lan Xiaoni looked at Lin beside her with a sense of security in her heart. It was as if as long as he was here, all difficulties could be easily resolved and she didn't have to fear any danger. The two of them crossed over the flaming river before entering the spatial passageway that Shihaizi had opened up. A powerful spatial warp swept over them, and they arrived in an empty room again. And Lin immediately pulled out his evil-slaying sword the sight of the statue of Shihaizi. Stinky fish, I'm going to kill you today. He immediately unleashed a sword strike toward the statue as he spoke. An inky black sword projection flashed through the air like a crescent moon, whistling through the air with an extremely powerful might. Boom! A powerful blue enchantment barrier suddenly appeared to block Lin's attack. The statue of Shihaizi suddenly spoke again. Congratulations to the 2 fated ones for successfully passing the trial of the Black Ball of Light. I hope you can take the treasures and revitalize your tribe. And Lin glowered at Shihaizi with an enraged expression. Senior Shihaizi, tell me, why did you try to kill me in the world of the Ball of Light? Has the fairness of the trial of the ancient tomb been fed to dogs by you? The statue of Shihaizi didn't reply. Instead, it stood silently on the spot like an ordinary statue. And Lin chuckled coldly. He opened the back door, but didn't give an explanation. Was he faking his death? Big Boss and Lin, let's go back. We've already taken the treasures anyway, Lan Xiaoni persuaded in a soft voice. She was actually a little terrified of Shihaizi. After all, the scene of Shihaizi nailing Lin to the sea heart stone with a spear was simply too terrifying, seeing as they had already obtained the treasures. She felt like there was no point in suffering this humiliation. All she had to do was leave silently. However, Lin didn't think the same way. He had almost been played to death, so he was still fuming with rage. He turned toward the statue, only to find that it was staring blankly into space, completely motionless. And Lin suddenly yelled, Shihaizi, you stupid C****. Lan Xiaoni! Shihaizi didn't respond, and Lin refused to back down. Shihaizi doesn't have a D***ck. Lan Xiaoni! Shihaizi suddenly turned and glowered at Lin. F***ck off now that you've got the treasures. He glowered at Lan Xiaoni as he spoke. Lan Xiaoni's body shuddered, and she hid behind Lin in fear. Shihaizi, and Lin was ecstatic at the sight of Shihaizi's darkened expression. Sure enough, Shihaizi was quite displeased that his treasures had been taken by an outsider. Shihaizi, aren't you going to give me some compensation for what you've done to me? And Lin didn't leave right away. If you don't leave now, do you want to be nailed by me again? Shihaizi spoke in a cold voice, and Lin spread open his arms and stared at Shihaizi with a cold smile on his face. Why don't you come and nail me? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You're just a remnant power. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. He held a sword in one hand and a mirror in the other, and an extremely mocking smile appeared on his face. Shihaizi was so enraged that the rocks all over his body began to tremble, and he opened and closed his hands, as if he really was going to attack. However, a premonition suddenly made him calm down. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. This is all my fault. You might not believe me, but this is actually a part of the trial. Furthermore, you've taken all of the treasures, so there's really no compensation. Please leave. Shihaizi's voice suddenly became gentle and extremely sincere. Lan Xiaoni was astonished as she stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her eyes. Never would she have thought that Lin would actually make the high priest of the Spirit Fish clan apologize to him. And Lin nodded with elation. The treasures aren't the key point. The key point is your attitude. Why didn't you do this from the beginning? Sigh. It's a good thing to learn from one's mistakes. Don't do it again. The veins on Shihaizi's statue bulged. Chapter 1057. And Lin didn't look at the enraged Shihaizi. He gestured to Lan Xiaoni before returning to the passageway. He had scolded Shihaizi and forced Shihaizi to apologize, so he had achieved his objective. Shihaizi had almost killed him, but he wasn't crazy enough to attack Shihaizi with his sword. Shihaizi didn't want to attack Lin for some reason, but from the enchantment barrier that he had set up, it appeared that he had left behind quite a bit of power. There was no need for Lin to fight to the death with Shihaizi over something like this. The two of them returned along the passageway before arriving at the fork in the road. There were 2 gates and 1 key, and Lin had used the key to open the gate to the tomb treasure vault, but he had lost the opportunity to open the gate to the secrets of the 2 tribes. Those secrets would forever be buried at the bottom of the ocean. Lan Xiaoni looked at the other tightly shut gate with a hint of disappointment before wagging her tail and returning to the main passageway. Hold on, and Lin suddenly said. Lan Xiaoni paused and turned around with a confused expression. What is it, Big Boss and Lin? And Lin pointed to the other tightly shut gate with a smile. Underling Lan, there's secrets that will determine the fate of your tribe inside. Don't you want to go in? Lan Xiaoni didn't expect Lin to bring this up, and she faltered slightly before nodding. I want to go in, but we've already chosen the tomb treasure vault, and we don't have the key anymore. How are we supposed to enter this gate? Who said we have to have a key to enter this gate? The tomb owner said we have to choose one of the two, so we have to choose one of the two? And Lin silently drew his evil-slaying sword, and his aura exploded forth. As long as you have power, even rules can be broken. Lan Xiaoni's pupils contracted in shock. Could it be that you— That's right, only children do multiple-choice questions. I want all of these treasures and secrets. And Lin let loose a clear cry, and a black sword projection flashed through the air before crashing down upon the gate. Terrifying sword might exploded forth, causing the entire passageway to tremor and crack open. A hint of excitement welled up in Lan Xiaoni's heart upon hearing An Lin's declaration. Her beautiful eyes stared at the tightly shut door, only to find that there was a faint blue barrier covering the door, which blocked An Lin's sword power, and the door remained unscathed. Big Boss An Lin, this is a protective spell technique left behind by the High Priestess. How can we break it with our power? Lan Xiaoni was a little disappointed. As your boss, let me teach you another lesson. And Lin gripped his sword with both hands as his aura skyrocketed, climbing straight to the return to void stage. His black cape fluttered wildly behind him as boundless darkness engulfed the surrounding space. Don't say that it's impossible before you give it your all. The evil-slaying sword fell toward the tightly shut gate. At this moment, the world turned dark. Supreme Nightless Sword Slash was released in its strongest form. The pitch-black and domineering sword light contained a supreme sword intent that could devour all things. It instantly devoured the void in its path and crashed into the blue barrier. The quiet slash was accompanied by the crisp sound of something shattering. Kacha! Boom! The barrier shattered, and the gate behind it also exploded at the same time. Never would the two high priestesses have thought that after so many years, a freakish soul formation stage cultivator would appear and shatter the rules of the tomb. Lan Xiaoni was also dazed for a moment at the sight of the gate that had been destroyed by An Lin. This was a gate that required a key to open, and there were two paths to choose from. This had already become an ingrained concept in her mind. But now it had been shattered by An Lin in the most violent way possible. That's right. The tomb said that they could only choose one path. So did that mean they could only choose one path? And Lin gave her a different answer, which was that as long as they had enough power, they could choose both paths. And Lin didn't like to play by the rules, and he was becoming more and more arrogant. As such, it was only a matter of time before he came up with this idea. Just as Lan Xiaoni was looking at An Lin with admiration on her face, a loud boom and roar erupted from within the treasure vault passageway. What are you waiting for? Run! And Lin grabbed Lan Xiaoni's hand and immediately ran into the secret passageway between the two tribes. Lan Xiaoni came to her senses, and she was a little fearful as she listened to the roar from the other passageway. Could it be that Senior Shihaizi has caught up to us? And Lin chuckled. Shihaizi is so huge. How could he squeeze into such a narrow passageway? However, we have to be careful in case he attacks us in other ways. We have to end this as quickly as possible. Lan Xiaoni nodded with a firm expression. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and her breathing began to accelerate as a sense of excitement welled up in her heart, as if she were working together with An Lin. The two of them quickly ran along the passageway, but the rumbling behind them didn't die down. He's following us, Lan Xiaoni exclaimed, and Lin's expression darkened slightly. He could sense that Shihaizi's aura was quickly approaching them. It was quite clear that his act of forcefully destroying the gate had completely enraged Shihaizi. This was a very strange phenomenon. He had clearly left behind something for his juniors, but now that his juniors had a chance to obtain the treasures and secrets at the same time, he was suddenly displeased. Who would have thought that such a huge statue could be shrunk down? It's most likely a fake statue. And Lin was a little enraged. Big Boss An Lin, let's not talk about that now. It's understandable that the power left behind by a Tao integration stage mighty figure is a little peculiar. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but interject. Shouldn't we be discussing how to deal with the approaching Shihaizi? Don't worry, I've already made preparations. And Lin wore a confident expression as he said, Come out. Gundam 3. Yao Ji, stall that be asterisk starred for me. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji immediately rushed back after receiving their instructions. The sound of battle erupted. Meanwhile, Lin and Lan Xiaoni dove headfirst into the secret chamber. This was a secret chamber that was very similar to the treasure vault in the ancient tomb. It was extremely spacious and empty. A gargantuan statue stood at the center of the chamber. This was a huge turtle over a kilometer wide. From the peaceful expression on its face and its eyes, it was most likely a female turtle. Even though I knew that the high priestess, Tianqinji, was a turtle, I still find it very difficult to accept after seeing this turtle in person. Is this the person that Shihaizi has been pursuing for several hundred years? Isn't the spirit fish clan's sense of beauty very similar to that of humans? And Lin was a little astonished. Shihaizi pursuing Tianqinji for several hundred years was like a human mighty figure courting a turtle for several hundred years. It was truly incredible. That's why Senior Shihaizi and Senior Tianqinji are true love that transcends species. Lan Xiaoni snuck a glance at Lin before turning to Tianqinji with a serious expression. Right at this moment, the huge turtle suddenly turned toward Lin. Foolish human, I'm very displeased that you're discussing my relationship with Shihaizi in front of me. And Lin. Chapter 1058. It's no use. You have no chance of escaping from us. Shihaizi used his power of the divine Tao to knock aside the oncoming Gundam 3 and Yao Ji before making his way toward Lan Xiaoni in a cold voice. Bastard! Let little Qin go. Shihaizi flared up with rage upon seeing this. The white eyes of the statue instantly turned crimson. Immediately afterward, a humanoid statue with the tail of a fish and the body of a human rushed into the room before roaring. Ignore them, little Chen! They've already taken my treasures. They forced open this gate. This was clearly an ancient tomb. So why was the power left behind by the mighty figure within it so powerful and intelligent? And Lin stowed the photographic crystal into his storage ring before looking down at the tortoise beneath his feet with a speechless expression. This is the first time I've seen a mighty figure reveal their secrets so openly. Isn't it obvious that they're doing this for everyone to see? So this giant tortoise statue was also a living creature? Roar! You're seeking death. How dare you steal the secrets of the two tribes? Lan Xiaoni! A violent collision erupted, accompanied by a female's sharp cry. Holy F asterisk CK, why is it so hard? And Lin scratched his head. Tianqinji spoke with a calm expression. You violated the rules of the tomb and trespassed here. I won't tell you the secrets of the tomb, so you should give up now. White light lit up the entire space, instantly imprinting everything within the crystal. You were just cursing at us a moment ago. Why are you welcoming us now? Lan Xiaoni was astonished. What the F asterisk CK was this? Did he have to be so perfunctory? And Lin and Lan Xiaoni drew a sharp intake of breath in unison. Tianqinji was astonished. You were able to break open the enchantment barrier around the gate. Don't think too much about it. I'm only welcoming you as a formality. I actually don't welcome you at all. The giant tortoise's cold voice sounded again. Looks like I'll have to give out new keys. You're not fated to be here, so you can stay here. Tianqinji spoke in a cold voice that was filled with supreme authority. Lan Xiaoni was also struck by a powerful force, and she threw up a mouthful of blood before tumbling to the ground. Boom! And Lin's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly tossed the recording crystal into the sky. Big Boss and Lin, Tianqinji's turtle shell seems to have the ancient text of our tribe engraved on it. Lan Xiaoni stared intently at the patterns on the turtle's back as she suddenly spoke. However, it seemed like Tianqinji didn't know that they had broken in. Was it because it had only woken up after they had entered the room? Tianqinji, who had remained calm all this while, finally flew into a rage. You don't know *T. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Shihaizi suddenly interjected on behalf of his Dao partner. However, the tortoise made of crystals emitted a dazzling multicolored brilliance and blocked Enlin's sword, slash and scathed. Enlin was a little confused. Hua! He was already used to striking first, so he would naturally place the safety of his own side first. Controlling Tianqinji was the best way to deal with this crisis. Enlin was also puzzled. Why did his attitude change so quickly? Splitting the turtle shell? She quickly realized who it was, and she repressed the urge to scream out loud. The half-crippled Gundam 3 and Yao Ji were also stowed away at this moment. The two silver Gundams flew through the air before tumbling to the ground in the cavernous room, where sparks flew from their bodies. And Lin knew that he had misspoken, and he immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Senior Tianqinji. We came here to obtain the secrets of the two tribes and change the fate of the two tribes so that we can lead the two tribes to glory again. And Lin, I know the most dangerous place, but the safest place, I don't see it at all. This was an adaptation of Enlin's 6 strikes of the war god Shadow Tiger technique. It created absolute darkness that deprived one of one's 5 senses and divine sense, but instead of attacking, it chose to flee. At this moment, Tianqinji's body suddenly became crystalline. Crap. Tianqinji's expression shifted, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni didn't even get a chance to be praised before they were slapped in the face. Heavenly Turtle Seabed Purgatory. Maximum difficulty. Hell mode activate. A sense of extreme danger welled up in Enlin's heart, and he slashed down with his sword without any hesitation. And Lin felt as if his body had been struck by a massive hammer, and his extremely powerful body of the war god felt as if it were being torn apart as his body flew backward. Tianqinji, can you move your sword away from my neck before you say that? Tianqinji turned toward Enlin with a cold expression. The giant turtle didn't even get a chance to finish its sentence before a resounding boom erupted from outside the gate. He didn't get a chance to say anything before the giant turtle continued. Fated One, welcome to the tomb of me and Shihaizi. Not only that, but Tianqinji also opened her mouth to blast forth several extremely terrifying beams of divine light. These beams of divine light pierced through space before instantly striking Enlin's body and exploding violently. Enlin, boom! The extremely sharp black sword radiance struck Tianqinji's head, and the remaining power of the sword radiance even split the vast stone chamber in half. However, this powerful water-type spell technique exploded into countless droplets of water in the face of Tianqinji's glare. Lan Xiaoni discovered that she was suddenly being carried toward the exit. She didn't want to defeat Tianqinji. All she wanted was to stall her enemy for a moment. And Lin, in front of them, a blue energy barrier appeared. The special power of the tomb was activated, and an extremely fearsome spatial power instantly enshrouded Lin and Lan Xiaoni, upon which the two of them disappeared on the spot. Boom! Tears welled up in Lan Xiaoni's eyes as she rubbed her nose, which was red from the impact. A resigned smile appeared on Enlin's face, but his evil-slaying sword remained pressed against Tianqinji's neck without moving. You want to run? Tianqinji's cold chuckle sounded. So be it. I don't want to use too much of my remaining power to deal with you. In order to preserve my power, I'll have to ask you to go to your 2 tribes to die. He was just feeling a little relieved that Tianqinji hadn't detected that they had forced their way in when Shihaizi suddenly appeared to disrupt their plans. The entire space instantly became inky black, Tianqinji spoke in a cold voice. Wouldn't it be the safest place to go if we kill all of the beings who have discovered this secret by violating the rules? And Lin's brows furrowed slightly. He clearly couldn't think of a way out of this predicament. Big Boss and Lin. Lan Xiaoni let loose a cry of surprise as she hurriedly made a series of hand seals to summon a massive wave over a kilometer tall, which swept toward the giant turtle. Tianqinji's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. I'm very pleased that you were able to choose between the treasure and the secret of your two tribes. You are all outstanding juniors who know how to look at the bigger picture. And Lin silently pulled out his evil-slaying sword. Senior, we only barged into this gate in order to change the fate of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Spirit Fish Clan. Please tell us the secret of your two tribes for the sake of the future of your two tribes. Chapter 1059. And Lin was struck by a rush of dizziness. In the next instant, a blue ocean world appeared before his eyes. Boundless water pressure swept toward them, but it was kept at bay by the blue barrier of light unleashed by Lan Xiaoni. And Lin looked around at this continent to find that the ground was completely black, but there were all types of plants that glowed with different colors growing all over it, illuminating the entire underwater world. A series of strange-looking sea mutant beasts were floating around, and their crimson eyes glowed with a dangerous light as they unleashed their powerful auras to their heart's content. They were originally swimming around slowly, but their bodies faltered at the sight of Enlin before pouncing toward Enlin with their cavernous mouths. It was as if this foreign living being was something that they had to eliminate. These pieces of trash think they can hurt me. And Lin drew his evil-slaying sword and unleashed one powerful sword projection after another, instantly slicing the oncoming sea mutant beasts into mincemeat. Blood stained the ocean red, and the stench of blood wafted through the air, attracting even more sea mutant beasts. All of them roared as they pounced toward Lin, and there was no lack of soul formation stage soul beasts among them. And Lin was like a meat grinder as he led Lan Xiaoni onward, and all of the monsters that approached him were sliced into mincemeat. They continued onward toward the center of the continent, and Lin was feeling extremely vexed by these monsters. It wasn't that these sea mutant beasts were all very powerful, but rather that there are simply too many of them. They were attacking almost non-stop, and anyone would be frustrated if they had to constantly swing their swords. Lan Xiaoni's features paled with fear. If it weren't for Enlin's presence, she would most likely become food in the stomachs of these ferocious beasts in no time. Roar! One sea mutant beast after another roared as they pounced toward Enlin. Some of them were even unleashing powerful sea spell techniques, such as water blades, engulfment vortexes, or lethal poison attacks. There was simply too much to handle, and Lin was able to vanquish all of the attacks with brute force, and all of them were sliced apart with a single sword strike. This was most likely what it meant to be able to vanquish all spells with a single sword strike. Damn it, haven't we already obtained the secrets of the two races? Could this so-called heavenly turtle seabed purgatory be a mystic realm with other rewards? And Lin asked as he fought, It could also be the trial to obtain the secret of the two tribes. Even though we've obtained the secret, we still have to fight our enemies. Perhaps this is the equivalent of a supplementary ticket? A thoughtful expression appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she speculated, and Lin's veins were popping out. What the F***CK was he talking about? Why did he have to pay for a ticket when he had forcefully taken the secret information with his own strength? Speaking of which, Tianqinji wants to use the power of the trial to eliminate us, right? But isn't it wishful thinking to kill me with this level of exotic beast? And Lin sneered. He could sense that the potential of these marine beasts had been completely stimulated, and they had obtained strength far beyond their usual level. However, this power was enough to scare Lan Xiaoni, but it was nothing to him. Boss and Lin is the best. How could Tianqinji possibly have the insight to estimate your strength? These monsters are just for you to practice your sword arts on. Lan Xiaoni praised in a very natural manner. Underling Lan was becoming more and more adept at cheering him on. And Lin was very pleased as Lan Xiaoni was telling the truth. Howl, a dragon venom whale over 10,000 feet in length, let loose a wail of anguish as it was sliced in half by Lin's sword. Through the two halves of the massive whale's body, and Lin could see that there was an extremely peculiar ship floating on the continent up ahead. This ship was extremely massive, as if it were a massive beast of the deep sea resting on the continent. And Lin estimated that the ship was over 50 kilometers in length, and it was impossible to see the end of it. Just the size of the ship alone struck him with a sense of boundless pressure. A series of inky black cannons extended from within the ship, each of which had a diameter of over a kilometer, creating an extremely intimidating sight. This was undoubtedly an extremely fearsome battleship. However, there were countless massive holes, cracks, and gashes that extended for tens of thousands of meters, further accentuating just how dilapidated this battleship was. As time passed, many glowing underwater plants crawled over the hull of the battleship. The alloy and plants intertwined with one another, causing the dilapidated battleship to exude a peculiar light, making it appear as if it were a beautiful relic that had been left behind. "This ship is so beautiful," Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but exclaim, and Lin nodded. "In a place like this, the more beautiful something is, the more careful we have to be. Then what do we do? Do we go in?" Lan Xiaoni recoiled slightly upon hearing this, and she began to cower again. "Of course we have to go in. We won't be able to get out unless we kill the core monsters inside. We can only rely on the mechanisms of the mystic realm to escape from here." And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. Lan Xiaoni nodded upon hearing this, before carefully trailing behind Lin with Baizhu in her hand. As for her second trump card, the little blue fish, she had already sacrificed it when she rescued Lin. If she wanted to activate it again, she would have to wait until she got back and ask High Priest Yufeiyu to summon its soul again. The two of them continued to approach the massive battleship. All of the sea monsters that were charging toward Lin with no regard for their own safety suddenly stopped after approaching the battleship, as if there was something extremely terrifying within the battleship that struck fear into their hearts and made them unwilling to approach it. And Lin became even more cautious upon seeing this. The closer they got to the battleship, the more insignificant they felt. The two of them first arrived in front of a cannon. This cannon is so huge, it could probably raise an entire island to the ground with a single shot. And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder as he looked at the black cannon. "Big Boss and Lin, are we getting too close to the cannon? What if it suddenly fires at us?" Lan Xiaoni's heart thumped wildly at the sight of the gargantuan cannon. The cannon had a diameter of over a kilometer, and there was no end in sight. "Haha, fire?" And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter as he flicked Lan Xiaoni's forehead. "This massive battleship has been abandoned for who knows how many years. Not only is it extremely old, but it's also in such a tattered state. It's only there to scare people. How can it still be used?" And Lin was looking at Lan Xiaoni with an amused expression on his face. Lan Xiaoni stared blankly ahead, and she couldn't help but pat Lin's shoulder. "Big Boss and Lin, look, that cannon seems to be glowing," and Lin turned to look at her. At this moment, a light as bright as the sun was already radiating from the cannon's black hole, and Lin, boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. A golden ball of energy exploded on the seabed, and boundless scorching energy swept forth, melting all of the nearby sea monsters into nothingness. Destructive flames lit up the inky black seabed as if it were day. A massive mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, creating a unique sight on the seabed. Chapter 1060. A fearsome explosion erupted on the continent. Violent waves of water swept through all living beings within a radius of over 50 kilometers. Some were knocked flying, others had their bodies torn apart, and all of the sea mutant beasts fled for their lives. The fearsome energy gradually dissipated. A gargantuan crater had appeared at the center of the explosion. Cough, cough, cough. That was way too terrifying. Was it necessary to use a cannon to kill a mosquito? At the center of the crater, a huge black brick was pushed aside, and Lin crawled out from Lan Xiaoni's arms in a disheveled manner. That's right, he had pulled out his chaotic alloy brick in this dire situation and placed it in front of Lan Xiaoni again, so he was unfortunately sandwiched again. It was a pity that the one who suffered the most was not Lin. Instead, it was Lan Xiaoni who was at the very back. Lan Xiaoni's body was far too soft, so it was quite comfortable for Lin to crash into her. Instead, it was Lan Xiaoni who was half dead from being rammed into by Lin. Underling Lan. Are you all right? And Lin shook the unconscious Lan Xiaoni with a concerned expression. Lan Xiaoni slowly regained consciousness, and tears almost flowed from her eyes as she rubbed her body, which was about to fall apart. Thankfully, she knew that she couldn't cry at a critical moment like this, so she forced herself to hold back her tears. I'm fine. Lan Xiaoni stood up with difficulty and massaged her sore chest as she looked up at the massive battleship with a fearful expression. Big Boss and Lin, this battleship can fire cannons. What do we do? And Lin replied with a serious expression, running away won't solve any problems, so what we have to do is evade the cannons and kill the captain. Lan Xiaoni was astonished. Are you sure there's something called captain on this ship? And Lin, that's not the point. The point is that we can't back down. Thus, the two of them reached an agreement and approached the massive battleship again. They had learned their lesson this time, and they evaded the cannons of the battleship before approaching the bow of the battleship. Under normal circumstances, powerful living beings usually commanded everything at the bow of the battleship. They flew toward the bow of the battleship while unleashing their divine senses to the fullest extent in order to survey their surroundings. Not a single sea monster dared approach the enormous warship. Even though it was surrounded by sea plants and was as dazzling as a pearl, it still appeared incredibly calm. Even the radiance it emitted was cold. It was this deathly silent atmosphere that made Lin a little nervous. There seems to be a creature up ahead. And Lin's expression changed slightly as he spoke softly. It's a living being from our spirit fish clan. Lan Xiaoni was able to detect this being through her bloodline connection. On the bow deck, the floor was paved with special dark golden essence wood, and there were large and small pits and cracks. Those weren't marks left behind by time, but marks left behind by battles. Many skeletons were scattered across the vast deck. Even though they had been dead for so long, they were still releasing powerful energy waves. It was obvious that their owners were very powerful when they were alive. And Lin looked at the appearance of the skeleton and felt that it was very unfamiliar. Not only was the appearance of the bones extremely strange, but there were also sharp bone spurs on the surface, like a bone hedgehog. He then looked toward the end of the deck to find a mermaid standing outside the control room of the warship. The mermaid had a slender figure, and her pink fishtail rippled through the air as her body hovered in the air. Her inky black hair fell to her waist and danced in the wind. What was worth mentioning was that she was even more scantily clad than Lan Xiaoni. Only her 2 seashell pieces were protecting her chest, leaving her fair, smooth skin completely exposed. And Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The ancient people sure were open-minded, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at her with condemnation in his eyes. Lan Xiaoni rolled her eyes upon seeing the change in Lin's expression. She was clearly more beautiful than the mermaid with the pink fishtail, so why wasn't Lin's attention on her? Could it be that wearing scantily clad made it easier for her to attract attention? The mermaid crossed her arms and slowly spread open her pink folding fans as a suffocating killing intent appeared in her eyes at the sight of Lin and the others. "Are you the people my master wants to eliminate?" the mermaid asked in a cold voice. Lan Xiaoni's heart tightened as she prepared for battle. and Lin immediately shook his head. No. The mermaid faltered slightly upon hearing this. Lan Xiaoni! The atmosphere seemed to have congealed for a split second. The mermaid's train of thought was momentarily disjointed, and she turned to Lin with an embarrassed expression. My name is Star Dancer, and I am the 9th captain of the Starfire battleship of the Spirit Fish clan. Lan Xiaoni immediately let loose a cry of surprise. This ancient battleship is the Starfire battleship. And Lin blinked with confusion. What's the Starfire battleship? It's the core strategic weapon of our Spirit Fish clan. It's a mobile battle fortress constructed from all types of star essence stones, and its power is unfathomable. It's said that it can battle Tao integration stage super mighty figures head-on. It mysteriously disappeared during the battle against the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Who would have thought that it would be found here? Cold sweat was pouring down Lan Xiaoni's forehead as she tugged on Lin's sleeve. Big Boss Lin, this Starfire battleship doesn't look like it's completely destroyed, and there are many weapons that can pose a threat to your safety. You have to be careful. You're not going to tell me to be careful of the Star Dancer? And Lin was a little perplexed. This senior Star Dancer is clearly nothing more than some kind of residual power. She was at the return to void pinnacle stage when she was alive, so there's no way that much power would remain after her death. Big Boss Lin isn't even afraid of Tianqinji and Shihaizi, so why would he be afraid of her? And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this, and he felt like this made a lot of sense. It had to be said that Lan Xiaoni was very confident in Big Boss Lin. The Star Dancer chuckled coldly upon hearing this. Looks like I've been underestimated. So be it. I'll make you pay for your underestimation with your deaths. And Lin immediately waved a hand at Lan Xiaoni upon hearing this. Get away from me and yell 666. Lan Xiaoni pursed her lips. She knew that she wouldn't be of much help in a battle of this caliber, so she immediately fled the battlefield. It was also at this moment that an extremely terrifying aura soared into the sky. The Star Dancer waved her fan with her left hand. Rising wind. The hurricane swept toward Lin's body with a boundless torrent of water. And Lin assessed the Star Dancer to be around the return to void intermediate stage in his mind as he sensed her terrifying power. Of course, an attack of this caliber wouldn't be able to harm him. Falling stars. The fan in the Star Dancer's right hand also began to descend. The light at the bottom of the ocean suddenly dimmed. A sense of peril suddenly welled up in Lin's heart, and he was just about to spring into action when the torrent of water around him suddenly became like powerful tentacles that restricted his movements. So the rising wind attack was only a feint, and the Star Dancer's true intention was to restrict his movements. All of this was in preparation for her falling star's attack. And Lin had only just struggled free from the torrent of water when boundless stars imbued with the power of the star divine Tao fell like a torrential downpour, sealing off all avenues of retreat. And Lin was astonished. Wasn't the Star Dancer a remnant power of the return to void pinnacle stage? Why was she so adept at using the power of the divine Tao? He didn't even get a chance to do anything before his body was engulfed by countless specks of blue stars. Chapter 1061. An attack imbued with the power of the divine Tao was more than enough to break through Lin's body of the war god's defenses. Boom, boom, boom. A vast expanse of starlight exploded in front of the Starfire battleship as blue energy wreaked havoc, disintegrating the water at the bottom of the ocean into a vacuum. A smile appeared on the Star Dancer's face as she looked at Lin, who had been engulfed by the starlight. Arrogant brat, don't you know what Hell Mode entails? This means that I can unleash the power I had when I was alive for a short period of time. See, this is what you get for underestimating me. Boom! A massive hole was suddenly torn open in the blue starlight, and a blood-stained white figure charged toward Lin at an extremely fast speed. The Star Dancer's eyelids twitched. Star Leap. Streams of wind revolved around Enlin's evil slaying sword as it fell. The domineering sharpness was invincible, tearing open a dark trail of absolute vacuum at the bottom of the water. Meanwhile, the star dancer disappeared on the spot like a shooting star in a flash. Enlin's wind sword missed its target, and at this moment, a pink fan adorned with blue stars swept toward Enlin at an even faster speed. The star dancer instantly appeared beside Enlin before mercilessly swinging her fan toward Enlin's head. Bam! The space around him was flattened and shattered. Enlin felt as if he had been viciously slapped in the face, and his body flew through the air like a cannonball as a vast, mountain-toppling force swept toward him. Flame shooting star! The star dancer twisted her slender waist and waved her fan through the air again. The vast power of the divine Tao fused into the fan, and a flaming star that was capable of incinerating all things appeared in the blink of an eye. The terrifying temperatures instantly made the seawater within a radius of close to 10 kilometers churn and churn. Enlin couldn't help but grumble at the sight of the oncoming flaming star. Using the power of flames at the bottom of the ocean? Are you insane? Shouldn't you be using the power of water? A cold smile appeared on the star dancer's face. As you wish. She waved her other fan through the air. Cold star! A bright blue star pierced through the air at an even faster speed than the flaming star, freezing the seawater in its wake into glacial ice. Even though there was still some distance between them, Enlin found that his movements had become much slower. It was clear that fire and ice restrained each other. However, the star dancer was able to unleash the power of these two stars at the same time, and not only did they not cancel each other out, they were instead mutually reinforcing one another, making the fiery meteor even hotter, while the cold star became even colder. Enlin knew that his body wouldn't be able to withstand this ice and fire dual heavens technique. His path of retreat had already been sealed, so he had no choice but to take out the chaotic alloy brick again and use it as a shield. At the same time, he conjured his divine flame armor. Boom! The seawater within a radius of 10,000 meters was incinerated and frozen. The two stars collided with the black brick, but a portion of the resulting explosion bypassed the black brick and struck Enlin instead. After all, this was an area of effect attack. The black brick couldn't completely block it. The destructive power crashed into Enlin's flaming armor, upon which it was instantly pulverized. Enlin was struck again. Even though the energy had been significantly weakened, his organs were still damaged by the scorching and cold powers at the same time, and blood trickled down the corners of his lips. Who would have thought that you would be able to last so long against me? A hint of surprise appeared in the star dancer's eyes, but she didn't stop there. Instead, she lashed her tail through the air toward Enlin. Enlin stood on the spot, panting heavily. His body was charred black, and his hair had been burned to a crisp, but there were also shards of ice on his body. It was quite clear that this ice and fire dual heavens technique was a little too much for him. A smug expression appeared on the star dancer's face upon seeing Enlin's current state. She quickly closed in on him, and the power of the divine Tao erupted from her fans again as she prepared to deliver the final blow to Enlin. Die! A cold voice sounded. She knew that Enlin was already at the end of his tether. The star dancer's attacks were extremely swift and decisive, and her fans danced through the air in a graceful dance. The edges of her pink star fan suddenly became as crimson as blood, and the power of the divine Tao imbued with the power of the stars, imbued with the power of the divine Tao, imbued with the power of the stars, slicing Enlin's body into 3 sections like a pair of scythes. However, before she even had a chance to smile in victory, the 3 sections of her body melted into the ocean like liquid. The star dancer's pupils contracted. A water clone, the space around her suddenly plunged into boundless darkness. Origin energy of the netherworld. Shadow Tiger. Enlin's power had suddenly skyrocketed, and he unleashed a sword strike that he had been preparing for a long time with his evil slaying sword, catching the Star Dancer off guard. The Star Dancer wanted to parry or evade, but it was already too late. Whoosh! The evil-slaying sword sliced a massive gash into her snowy white skin, extending from her collarbone all the way to her waist. If it weren't for the fact that she had activated her power of the divine Tao to defend herself, she would have most likely been sliced in half. The Star Dancer let loose a pained moan as she hurtled back in retreat, and her blood quickly dissipated in the water. Light returned to heaven and earth, and Lin continued to press his advantage as he tossed his evil-slaying sword through the air. 6 strikes of the war god, 100 sword technique. 99 white, celestial, swords materialized in the blink of an eye. Even though they were deep in the ocean, the peerlessly sharp sword intent was still able to slice through the seawater to create a vacuum zone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 99 celestial swords flew toward the Star Dancer. The Star Dancer gritted her teeth as she quickly swung her fans toward the powerful celestial swords in order to defend herself against Lin's relentless attacks. The flying swords clashed with one another, and the surging currents transformed the ocean floor into a perilous realm. The Star Dancer blocked the 99 sword strikes with extreme difficulty. The 100th sword formed by the evil-slaying sword sliced through the dark currents, parting the ethereal space before instantly striking the Star Dancer's fans with extremely powerful sword intent. The white sword projection pierced through the air for several kilometers with unstoppable force. The Star Dancer's petite body was propelled into the battleship by the sword projection, where she crashed through the extremely sturdy alloy walls. And Lin heaved a light sigh of relief at the sight of the Star Dancer being slashed into the battleship. He was just about to give chase when another resounding boom suddenly erupted. This was an extremely long and drawn-out boom, as if it were going to erupt throughout heaven and earth. The Starfire battleship, which stretched as far as the eye could see, suddenly began to glow with a faint blue light. "I admit that you're quite powerful, but that's as far as you can go. I've already fused as one with the Starfire battleship, so you're about to face the power of the entire Starfire battleship." The Star Dancer's voice sounded again, and there was a hint of madness and determination in her voice. And Lin stared at the massive battleship before him with astonishment on his face. "Fused as one with the battleship? Do you think you're a ship girl?" His voice had only just fallen when the countless cannons at the top of the battleship turned toward the tiny human in the blink of an eye. The Star Dancer's mocking voice sounded. "I'm a professional at killing mosquitoes with cannons!" And Lin. Chapter 1062. An extremely powerful sense of peril welled up in Lin's heart. He immediately pulled out his brick and positioned it in front of him. The cannons at the top of the battleship weren't as large as the cannons on either side, but that didn't mean they were any weaker. On the contrary, the cannons at the top of the battleship were the true main cannons. Just as these thoughts were running through his mind, one of the cannons opened fire. There was no boom, which was a rare occurrence. Instead, the energy rippled outward like a fan, instantly enshrouding Lin within as an extremely powerful spatial sealing power emanated from it. And Lin's expression shifted. Realm-piercing nail. A red streak of light pierced through space and broke through the spatial sealing power. At this moment, a golden light burst forth like the sun. Boom, boom, boom. 9 extremely powerful electromagnetic cannons were fired at the same time at an undetectable speed. The seawater surged violently, sending shockwaves hundreds of kilometers away. Each of the electromagnetic cannons was powerful enough to pulverize a return to Void Stage Mighty Figure's body. And Lin had only just broken through the spatial sealing power, so he didn't have any time to evade. Just like that, the electromagnetic cannon struck the black brick with extreme accuracy, and its terrifying power instantly tore through Lin's defensive barrier before knocking him back several dozen kilometers along with the brick. However, this was only a prelude. It was a prelude to opening up distance. It was a way to protect the battleship from the terrifying shockwaves. A dark red cannon had already finished charging. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Red energy erupted forth, instantly annihilating the seawater in its wake and shattering the space in its wake. It struck Enlin's brick at a speed faster than lightning. The Starfire battleship's main cannon, the Starfire Annihilation Cannon, had been fired. In that instant, the red energy was imbued with the power of annihilation, engulfing everything around it, creating a circular space of annihilation that annihilated all the elements within. Big Boss and Lin. Lan Xiaoni's features paled, and she finally couldn't help but yell. She had warned Enlin to be careful of the Starfire battleship, but what she was most worried about still happened. The Star Dancer had the authority to control the Starfire battleship. Not only that, but she could also use the Starfire battleship's main energy cannon. That was a cannon that could blast Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Even though he could only unleash less than a tenth of his original power, this was still a power that could pose a threat to Dao integration stage super mighty figures. How could soul formation stage cultivators like them imagine this? Lan Xiaoni was extremely concerned about Enlin's situation, but she didn't dare to go over. She was afraid that she would only cause trouble for Enlin if she went over, so she was at a complete loss for what to do. However, just because she did not move did not mean that the warship would spare her. Both she and Enlin were existences that the two high priests had ordered to be eliminated. The position she was standing at was actually within the range of the battleship's perception. The reason why they hadn't dealt with her before was because she posed little threat. That was why they had made Enlin their top priority. One of the cannons began to turn toward Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted, and she didn't even have a chance to evade before the energy cannon blasted forth, sending devastating flames hurtling toward her. Her petite body was like duckweed on the ocean that was about to be engulfed by the massive waves. Right at this moment, an inky black crescent moon sliced the oncoming energy cannon in half, as if it were a rock parting a river. A familiar figure once again appeared in front of her. Tears welled up in Lan Xiaoni's eyes. Big Boss and Lin, I'm so glad you're all right. And Lin looked at the battleship in the distance. You didn't even spare a useless fish. Is this how you should behave as an ancestor of the Spirit Fish clan? Lan Xiaoni. Even though Enlin seemed to be protecting her, why did it sound so heart-wrenching? A heart-wrenching feeling welled up in the mermaid princess heart. You've broken the rules of the tomb. You're not the fated ones that Master is looking for, so you should be punished. The Star Dancer's voice sounded again. At the same time, countless cannons began to turn toward Enlin and Lan Xiaoni. The pitch-black mouths of the cannons were completely silent, but an extremely terrifying sense of pressure began to sweep toward them. Hee, even the energy cannon on the front of your battleship can't do anything to me. So what do you have to deal with me? And Lin's expression remained calm as a cold smile appeared on his face, and he appeared to be extremely confident. In reality, he was actually quite scared. The chaotic alloy brick wasn't the only reason why that cannon blast had been unleashed. It was all thanks to Gundam 3 and Yao Ji, who had just recovered from absorbing spirit stones, that he was able to survive the blast at the cost of being crippled again. If another cannon blast like the one just now were unleashed, he would most likely be severely wounded. Lan Xiaoni's heart began to race at the sight of so many cannons, and she silently hid behind Enlin. She adjusted her position and prepared a cushioning spell technique so that her chest wouldn't be crushed by Enlin's back again. She was quite familiar with this tactic. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. No return to Void Stage mighty figure will be able to defend against my next attack. The Star Dancer's voice sounded again, and Lin chuckled. I'm a soul formation stage powerful being. Just because return to Void Stage mighty figures can't defend against it doesn't mean I can't defend against it. The Starfire battleship fell silent, as if it were feeling a little awkward. A few seconds later, boundless white light converged on a certain circular pattern on the battleship. That's a starry sky formation. She's going to fuse her power of the star divine Tao into the battleship to unleash the starry sky cannon. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted as she spoke in a panicked voice. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura began to proliferate through the air, and the patterns on the formation connected with the power of the stars before quickly converging and amplifying. The massive battleship, over 50 kilometers in size, lit up, as if it was infusing all of the power of this massive seabed beast into this attack. And Lin suddenly burst into laughter. Come on, let me see the battleship's most powerful attack. Don't disappoint me. Big Boss and Lin, the Starfire battleship's most powerful attack is the star-shattering cannon, not this, Lan Xiaoni cautioned. And Lin, can you let me show off first? Why are you bickering with me at a time like this? Just as Lin turned to Lan Xiaoni with a resentful expression, boom! The power of the starry sky formation was completely unleashed. The Star Dancer's power of the divine Tao erupted forth with its most powerful might. Countless dazzling stars were swept along by the white energy like a river, and they were like a boundless galaxy that instantly engulfed Lin and Lan Xiaoni. However, a strange turn of events also unfolded at this moment. The terrifying river of stars was engulfed by something, as if it had fallen into a bottomless pit. At the same time, another dazzling river of stars erupted forth with unstoppable power before instantly crashing into the Starfire battleship, tearing through its thick protective barrier before hurtling toward a certain direction. And Lin held the vermilion bird mirror in his hand as he looked in the direction the river of stars was hurtling toward. His target wasn't the cannons on the battleship. Instead, his target was the place where he could detect the most powerful energy fluctuations with his divine sense. That place was most likely the core of the battleship. That's right, and Lin was planning to use the Starfire battleship's trump card to kill this battleship. Chapter 1063. The Starry Sky Formation could be said to be one of the Starfire battleship's most powerful offensive techniques. Its power was directly proportional to the pilot's power. In order to kill Lin, the Star Dancer had elevated her cultivation base to the return to void pinnacle stage in a short time. The starry sky array diagram that she used could be said to be her strongest trump card. However, this was the ultimate killing move that she had placed her hopes on. Now, it had actually changed its direction and was fiercely sweeping towards her. It was not attacking the battleship that she was piloting. Instead, it was attacking where she was. Within a golden energy crystal, a pink-tailed mermaid's eyes widened with shock and horror. How could this be? He's only a soul formation stage cultivator. How does he know where I am? The Star Dancer's expression shifted drastically, and she was no longer able to maintain her composure. She hurriedly activated a defensive enchantment barrier. However, how could a commander without any help and a hastily constructed defense withstand the attack of the Starry Sky Formation? A crisp crack erupted and the barrier was broken. The river of stars swept through the barrier with unstoppable force before crashing into the golden energy crystal. Boom! Energy erupted forth, and the entire battleship tremored violently as the blue light around it gradually dimmed. Lan Xiaoni's eyes were tightly shut, and she was prepared to be crushed by Lin. However, she discovered that Lin was standing before her completely unscathed, as if he were an immovable divine mountain. He can even reflect such a terrifying spell technique? So powerful. Lan Xiaoni opened her eyes and stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her eyes as she exclaimed in amazement. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. You find a place to hide first. I'll be back soon. Wings of wind spread open on the man's back as he spoke, and a torrent of water erupted as he hurtled toward the center of the explosion at an extremely fast speed. And Lin made his way through the passageway of destruction, and after arriving at the center of the explosion, he slashed his evil-slaying sword forward, upon which a powerful sword intent sliced through the violent turbulence. He heaved a long sigh of relief at the sight of the shattered golden crystals on the ground. I made the right bet. This is the core of the battleship, after all. I was operating such a massive battleship on my own, but I still ended up exposing myself. A relieved smile appeared on Lin's face. If the core was more hidden, his situation would be several times more dangerous than before. But where did the Star Dancer go? Was she blasted into smithereens? And Lin looked around for traces of the mermaid, but he couldn't find a single fish scale. He picked up the golden energy crystal fragments from the ground. These things had a very high energy density, so they should be of some use. And Lin searched the surroundings carefully and finally found a deep sea blue essence with sculpture under one of the gravel. This statue was only around the size of a palm, and it bore a strong resemblance to the Star Dancer. It had a cold and haughty expression on its face, and it held a pair of folding fans in its hands. Not only were their appearances similar, but even their residual auras were very similar. And Lin, I was almost killed by a wooden sculpture. Little brother Lan, come here quickly. And Lin shouted. Lan Xiaoni immediately flew toward Lin upon hearing this. What is it, Big Boss and Lin? What's the deal with this wooden sculpture? And Lin tossed the wooden sculpture to Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni caught the wooden sculpture with a blank expression, and her eyes gradually lit up. Wow, what a beautiful wooden sculpture. It looks so much like Senior Star Dancer. Is this a present for me? The mermaid princess held the wooden sculpture with a blissful smile on her face. And Lin, I'm asking you to analyze if this thing has anything to do with the Star Dancer. And Lin grumbled. Lan Xiaoni came to her senses, and a blush appeared on her face as she turned toward the wooden sculpture of the Star Dancer. After a while, she said, this wooden sculpture was constructed from the divine wood of the Spirit Fish Clan's Hongmeng sacrificial altar. It looks like it's a vessel for her residual power. The residual power of the Star Dancer has been dispersed by you, so this sculpture has naturally lost its purpose. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before a hint of elation and incredulity appeared on his face. So that means I've already defeated that Spirit Fish Clan mighty figure? From the current situation, that appears to be the case. Lan Xiaoni nodded, and Lin nodded with a slightly wistful expression. His victory was far too simple and brutal, and he was struggling to accept it. He had thought that he would be able to battle the battleship maiden for another 300 rounds. And Lin thought for a moment before swallowing another high-rank blood spirit pill in a fit of excitement. Wait, I have another question. A panicked expression suddenly appeared on Lin's face. Lan Xiaoni looked at him. The Star Dancer is a top-rate mighty figure of the Spirit Fish Clan, as well as the controller of the Starfire battleship. So she can be considered the final boss of this world, right? And Lin spoke in a slow voice. Of course. Lan Xiaoni nodded with a confused expression. So what are you trying to say? And Lin's brows furrowed tightly. According to the rules of the Trial Worlds, aren't we supposed to be teleported out after we destroy the final boss? Then, Lan Xiaoni's mouth gaped open, and her hands trembled with fright, causing the wooden carving to almost fall to the ground. We can't go back? And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. There are only two possibilities. The first is that we still have a final boss to fight, and the second is that Tianqinji and Shi Haizi have shamelessly changed the rules of the trial. Both of them knew that the first possibility was almost impossible. The Star Dancer controlling the Starfire battleship was already the limit of what this world could handle. Tianqinji had said that she was going to use the power of this world to kill them. But even if she couldn't kill them, she could use this world to trap them forever and suffocate them to death. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni were both struck by despair. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but let loose a torrent of abuse. Not only did they use their power to set up the hellish difficulty trial, but they even changed the rules of being teleported back after killing the enemy. Are they that shameless? They're a disgrace to the High Priestess. They said, we broke the rules, but they're breaking their own rules. Why aren't they saying anything? This is a blatant double standard. They're just trash. Stinky sea urchins. Useless sea cucumbers. She didn't care about her own position anymore as she unleashed a torrent of abuse. She didn't forget to smash the wooden carving viciously into the ground as she spoke. Bam! A loud shattering sound erupted. The wooden carving had been smashed into smithereens by the enraged Lon Shawnee. A golden key then appeared before Lin and Lon Shawnee, and Lin was astonished. A new item for smashing a wooden carving? Lon Shawnee picked up the shiny golden key with a confused expression. What is this again? And Lin caught the key with an excited expression. No sh*T. This must be the key to open the shipwreck treasure vault. One Piece, it's mine. Lon Shawnee. Chapter 1064. Lon Shawnee stared at the excited Lin with a dumbstruck expression on her face. And Lin didn't waste any more time with words. In any case, he wouldn't be able to tell what was going on. Divine inspection technique. Information regarding the golden key began to appear in his mind. One golden key. The key that can open the captain's core cabin. And Lin's expression faltered upon hearing this. The key to the captain's core cabin? Wasn't the captain the star dancer? He had thought that this was a key to a treasure trove, but he was told that this was the key to the star dancer's boudoir, and Lin was very angry. He felt like his dreams had been shattered. The star dancer's boudoir was useless to him. He was a man who was constantly advancing in pursuit of his dreams and treasures. How could he waste time on something as boring as this? This key was completely useless to him, and Lin immediately turned to leave. Big Boss and Lin, where are we going now? Lon Shawnee immediately followed along, and Lin replied with a solemn expression. To the captain's core cabin. Theoretically speaking, the battleship's control room and the captain's core cabin weren't too far apart. This was the core area of the battleship. They didn't have a specific direction anyway, so they could only wander around aimlessly. Thankfully, this battleship had been in disrepair for many years, so even though there was no energy to maintain normal operations, most of the doors could still be opened by Lon Shawnee with her bloodline power. That's right, the Starfire battleship acknowledged the descendants of the Spirit Fish clan even though it was ownerless. Lon Shawnee felt a sense of accomplishment upon seeing that even Big Boss and Lin was relying on her at a time like this. They passed through over 100 gates constructed from special alloys before finally arriving at a very special gate. The gate was semicircular, and it looked like a black curtain of stars, striking one with the feeling that they were about to sink into the curtain of stars. What delighted Lin the most was that there was a row of peculiar ancient text at the top of the gate, as well as 2 fans. He didn't understand ancient text, but he knew what fans were. Those were the Star Dancer's fans. Could this be the Star Dancer's boudoir? And Lin was extremely excited. Lon Shawnee rolled her eyes at Lin before turning to the ancient text and nodding. That should be the case. The ancient text of the Spirit Fish clan probably represents the astrologer who dances in the starry sky. As she spoke, she placed her hands in front of the door as usual, and the power of her bloodline surged out. In the end, the tried-and-true method of opening the door didn't work. Lon Shawnee was a little embarrassed. A smug smile appeared on Lin's face. A door that even you can't open must require a very high level of authority. Looks like this is the Star Dancer's core cabin. At times like this, we still have to rely on this thing. He took out the golden key and inserted it into the gap next to the door. The door opened, but the way it opened was a little peculiar. A gargantuan mouth suddenly extended from the screen of stars before swallowing Lin and Lon Shawnee. And Lin was shocked. Lon Shawnee screamed. The 2 of them didn't even get a chance to unleash their emotions before they crashed heavily to the ground. And Lin raised his head and was greeted by the sight of an extremely antiquated house. There was a blue stone floor, a red carved table, and a painting on the wall. Outside the carved wooden windows, a vast expanse of starry sky could be seen. There seemed to be a figure sitting on the bed that was surrounded by a light blue curtain. and Lin and Lan Xiaoни's nerves tightened at the same time. "Don't do anything, let me do it." And Lin spoke with excitement. He pulled out his evil-slaying sword and sliced through the blue curtain. As the curtain slowly drifted down, a beautiful woman sat silently on the edge of the bed. Her eyes were closed, and there was no trace of vitality in her as her fishtail dangled to the ground. In comparison to death, she looked more like a beautiful woman taking a nap. Time had passed for countless years, but it didn't leave a single mark on her body. Is this the star dancer's body? She looks even more beautiful than when she was fighting, and Lin couldn't help but praise. Lan Xiaoni reminded him with a serious expression. "Big Boss and Lin, did you come here to admire a corpse? Don't forget what you're here for." "I'm here for what I'm here for. Look at this star dancer. She died in a sitting position, and she looks so peaceful too. This is so strange. Isn't this worthy of our research?" And Lin retorted. Lan Xiaoni pouted angrily as she knew she couldn't win an argument against him. And Lin made his way over to the star dancer's body and carefully inspected it. He couldn't help but poke a finger at the star dancer's delicate cheek to find that it was a little cold, but not hard. Her body is very intact. It looks like she was inflicted with some kind of extremely powerful curse technique, which is why she died. And Lin analyzed. Low-level curses targeted the body, high-level curses targeted the consciousness, and top-level curses targeted karma and fate. For example, I can curse you to be unlucky for the rest of your life. This is actually a top-level curse technique that can affect the fate of a living being. It's untraceable and extremely difficult to dispel. And Lin couldn't tell how the star dancer had died, so he could only attribute her death to a curse technique. To be able to curse a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage, the culprit must be at least at the Tao integration stage, right? Lan Xiaoni was a little nervous, and Lin nodded. The star dancer also has the Starfire battleship, so normal Tao integration stage mighty figures might not be able to do anything to her. The culprit must be a powerful being of the Tao integration stage at the very least. It's just that, if they really wanted to kill the star dancer, wouldn't it be much easier for them to just fight her? Look at the situation now. The curse technique wasn't completely successful. The star dancer was still able to split up a portion of her power to stay behind on the battleship and bully us with glee. And Lin was clearly a little resentful toward this. Lan Xiaoni suddenly had a bold thought in response to Lin's question. It's not impossible. If the culprit didn't even take the star dancer seriously, then wouldn't it make sense that they could just throw a curse technique at her? And Lin, then how bad asterisk, so they have to be probably as bad asterisk SS as Big Boss and Lin, who's at the return to void stage. Lan Xiaoni speculated with a serious expression. What kind of bullsh asterisk T are you talking about? And Lin was quite elated. He was very pleased that his underling had a good eye for detail. As for the living being that had killed the star dancer, they didn't know who it was, but they had a feeling that it wasn't the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. If the ancient heavenly fiend celestial really was that bad asterisk SS, then it wouldn't have been slain by the two high priests. And Lin searched the star dancer's body again to find that it was cold and soft. That wasn't the point. He just wanted to see if there were any treasures. It was a pity that this mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage didn't have a single treasure on her. In the end, Lan Xiaoni stowed the star dancer's body into her storage ring. Even though they were enemies, the star dancer was a top-rate mighty figure of the Spirit Fish clan who had sacrificed herself to protect the clan. If she could return to the Sea Heart Palace, she was going to give this mighty figure a proper burial. The two of them refused to give up, and they continued to rummage through the room, feeling like there was something good waiting for them. They had finally found the golden key, so they couldn't just end up with a beautiful corpse, right? That was way too tragic. After a long and arduous search, the two of them finally found a rather special item. This was the Star Dancer's Voyage Diary, Chapter 1065, This was a voyage diary with a black cover and an extremely long number of pages. And Lin flipped open the diary with excitement on his face, and he was immediately dumbstruck by the contents within. What the hell is this thing? The characters crawled like earthworms, but he couldn't understand a single word. It's the ancient language of the Spirit Fish clan. Leave it to me. Lan Xiaoni patted her voluptuous chest with a smug expression. As the daughter of a top-rate immortal of the Spirit Fish clan, she was extremely knowledgeable about the history and culture of the Spirit Fish clan, so an ancient language wasn't a problem for her. And Lin finally recalled that these characters were very similar to the characters on the top of the gate. Lan Xiaoni began to translate for Lin in the Taichu language as she read through the diary. The good thing about this diary was that it could only record major events on the day that took place. For some reason, Lin suddenly thought of Kong, Zuishan's diary. She was a girl who would record everything she ate on that day. The diary was like the only friend she could communicate with, and it was also the proof of her existence in this world. The Star Dancer's diary was even more spectacular. It was a record of what enemies she had defeated on that day and where she had conquered the next day, and it appeared to be extremely domineering and invincible. Not only could she easily kill return to Void Stage Mighty Figures, but she could also force Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figures to flee in a direct confrontation. She was the epitome of an invincible little tyrant. The Starfire battleship really was very powerful, but it burned a lot of money, so normal people couldn't afford it. The rest of the diary was filled with the history of these battles, and Lan Xiaoni patiently described them to Lin with great interest. After a long time, most of the diary had been flipped through, and what they were most concerned about finally took place. The ancient heavenly fiend Celestial had appeared. This monster that seemed to have appeared out of thin air wreaked havoc in the West Sea. Countless peculiar sea monsters also suddenly appeared, and they obeyed the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial's command to attack all living beings in the sea. Thus, an earth-shattering battle erupted. The ancient heavenly fiend Celestial and its subordinates were far more powerful than the Spirit Fish clan had anticipated, and the Spirit Fish clan was immediately forced into a disadvantageous position. However, the Spirit Fish clan wasn't always on the receiving end. At some point in time, the Spirit Fish clan decided to use their most powerful weapon, the Starfire battleship. One had to admit that the Starfire battleship was extremely powerful. It had once suppressed the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial for a while with the help of the clan leader and the high priestess. In the diary, the Star Dancer described the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial as follows. The ancient heavenly fiend Celestial has the most terrifying control over the power of the ocean that I've ever seen. Even though I didn't want to admit it, its control over the power of the ocean had indeed surpassed that of any living creature I had ever seen. Even High Priest Shihaizi couldn't compare to it. It seemed to be the master of this sea. Shihaizi was the most powerful being in the Spirit Fish clan at the time, but he was forced to the point where he didn't dare to use the power of the ocean. Apparently, he would be controlled by the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial if he used the power of the ocean, and Lin's mouth twitched when he heard this. Even though he wasn't there, he could empathize with Shihaizi's awkwardness. As such, the Spirit Fish clan mighty figures could only use other types of powers to battle the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial. The Starfire battleship, which was adept at using star power, had become the main force of this battle. During one battle, they had even fought their way into the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial's lair. At the bottom of the ocean, there was a massive blue spatial hole, from which a steady stream of strange creatures surged out. It was quite clear that the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial had come from that spatial hole. Shihaizi, you guys hold off the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial for now. I'll go and destroy its lair, the pink-tailed mermaid said decisively. All right, but you have to be careful and come back as soon as possible. High Priest Shihaizi roared as he and the Spirit Fish clan leader tried their best to hold off the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial. The Star Dancer had been through countless battles, and her personality was extremely ruthless and capable. She loved having her allies hold off the enemy while she went to raid the enemy's lair. She wanted to see if the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial would scram back to that world after blowing up its lair. The Starfire battleship launched a Starfire annihilation cannon into the blue spatial hole. Tens of thousands of strange sea mutant beasts within and without the blue spatial hole were instantly engulfed by the cannon blast, and their bodies were completely annihilated. The Starfire battleship flew into the blue spatial hole just like that. After entering the blue spatial hole, the Star Dancer heard the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial's triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you really think I'll be held off by you guys so easily? Stupid fish, once you go in, you will stay there forever. These were the last words she heard from the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial. The indestructible spatial passageway between the two worlds suddenly shrank and disappeared. The Starfire battleship lost contact with the outside world. It was as if its spatial coordinates with the Tai Chu continent had been completely erased and had lost all sense of direction. All of the tens of thousands of operators and soldiers on the battleship instantly fell into a state of panic. Anyone who found out that they couldn't find their way home would be shaken violently. The Star Dancer stepped forward at this moment and changed the subject. She claimed that they had finally managed to enter the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial's lair, so it would be a waste if they didn't destroy its lair. If they had anything to say, they could do that after destroying its lair. All of the soldiers on the Starfire battleship were extremely exceptional soldiers, so this was exactly what they wanted to hear. If they couldn't find their way home, then they would destroy the enemy's lair first. The world within the blue spatial hole was also an underwater world. There were countless strange creatures here. The Starfire battleship slaughtered everything in its path. Blood stained the seawater red, and countless living beings perished to the Starfire battleship's cannons. A battleship with the combat prowess of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, and it could slaughter anyone it saw without any pressure. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. Until that day, Lan Xiaoni noticed that the Star Dancer's handwriting was a little different when she wrote this diary entry. She seemed to be trembling. On this day, we saw an extremely extravagant underwater palace. There's no mistaking it. That must be the ancient heavenly fiend Celestial's home. That was what the Star Dancer was thinking. She couldn't even be bothered to greet the rest of the soldiers, and immediately issued a command to unleash a massive mushroom cloud upon the underwater palace. The terrifying cannon blast instantly razed the palace to the ground. All of the soldiers on the battleship erupted into raucous cheers. All of them were feeling extremely elated. All of a sudden, an extremely mighty being appeared above the mushroom cloud. It was impossible to see its appearance. However, all of the members of the Starfire battleship were struck by the urge to kneel and worship it. This was not just a transcendence in cultivation base. It was more like a transcendence in the hierarchy of life. If there was a true God in this world, then this God that I'm looking at should be one. However, that God doesn't seem to welcome us. It only said one thing to us: you don't belong here, and you can't go back, so all of you can disappear. Thus, all of the members of the Starfire battleship began to disappear. They didn't cry out in pain. Instead, their bodies gradually became transparent and non-existent. No matter how much they struggled, it was all to no avail. In less than a minute, tens of thousands of their comrades had all disappeared, along with all traces of life. I was the only one left. I had never thought that I would see a being that could kill all living beings with just a few words. This wasn't power. There was no way that pure power could achieve this. This was the power that only a true God could wield. For the first time, I experienced fear. Chapter 1066. But why didn't I disappear? Had I been ignored by God? The Star Dancer stared blankly at the blue figure outside the battleship. Soon, she rejected her previous thoughts. She discovered that she was also dying and her vitality was slowly fading away. The Star Dancer's heart jolted with shock. She didn't even know what kind of power was robbing her of her vitality. It was as if she shouldn't be living, and death was the only way to go. Dead. They're all going to die. All of the living beings here were going to die, just because of a single sentence from it. The entire Starfire battleship had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. The crushing sense of despair and shock forced the Star Dancer to calm down as she carefully analyzed her current situation. Even though she hadn't disappeared, she was dying in a different way. She was the only one who had grasped the power of the divine Tao among the tens of thousands of soldiers on this battleship. So, living beings who had attained the power of the divine Tao would be able to defend themselves against that being's attacks to a certain extent? Even though she was only dying in a different way, the Star Dancer immediately made a decision. The being above the mushroom cloud was not something she could face head-on. The only thing she could do now was to minimize her presence and find a chance to return to the West Sea. At the very least, she had to get the Starfire battleship back to the West Sea. Her chances were very slim, but this was the only thing she could do. The Star Dancer, who dared to oppose even Tao integration stage mighty figures, felt like an ant in that instant. This battleship can go down as well. A voice that seemed to be quite far away, yet also seemed to strike directly at her consciousness, suddenly sounded. Before the Star Dancer had a chance to react, a peerlessly sharp blue blade projection fell from the sky and almost sliced the entire battleship in half. An explosive screech erupted throughout the entire ocean. The battleship cracked open and wailed with anguish before plummeting into the deep-sea continent. The Star Dancer's expression was one of despair. The battleship's propulsion system had been sliced apart with extreme precision. How could there be such a power? How could there be such a being? Who was it? Boom! The Starfire battleship crashed into the deep-sea continent, sweeping up a massive sandstorm. The Star Dancer's entire body was trembling, but she was unable to do anything. The blue figure gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. However, the Star Dancer knew that her words would sink the Starfire battleship to the bottom of the ocean forever. The Star Dancer suddenly discovered that there was only one thing she could do, and that was to wait for death. His life force was still fading away, and his power of the divine Tao was also growing weaker and weaker. At this rate, he might not even last a day. She had thought of many unexpected situations, but she had never imagined that things would turn out like this. She had inexplicably died. Forget it. I'll record everything in my nautical diary. At the very least, one day in the future, the descendants of the Spirit Fish clan would learn about everything that had happened here. Although all of this was so bizarre that it was like a dream. Prior to her death, the Star Dancer had activated the Starfire battleship's spatial locator waves to their maximum output and used a mystic technique to inject all of her remaining power into the Hong Meng Divine Wood. After doing all this, she closed the diary and sat quietly at the head of the bed. She recalled her past life and waited for her final death. The diary ended here. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni both fell silent. Big Boss and Lin, what do you think the blue figure that killed the Star Dancer was? Lan Xiaoni was the first to break the silence. It should be a god of creation stage, mighty figure like Nuwa, the three pure ones in Pengu, right? And Lin's brows furrowed. Lan Xiaoni shook her head in objection. That's not all. I've seen Nuwa and Cyril in battle. Even a god of creation stage mighty figure, above the Tao integration stage, wouldn't be able to decide the fate of all the living beings on the Starfire battleship with a single word. Don't forget, Big Boss and Lin, the Starfire battleship possesses power comparable to a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. That god is at least comparable to a Tao integration stage mighty figure, Big Boss and Lin. And Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this. Please don't brag. I feel like I'm going to explode from your bullsh *T. Also, when did I become a unit of measurement? And Lin added with a resigned expression. Lan Xiaoni stuck out her tongue with a seductive smile. Wouldn't that make Big Boss and Lin more immersive? Immersive, my ****. It's very strange. And Lin retorted. He thought to himself for a moment before heaving a forlorn sigh. The more you know, the more insecure you become. To think that a mighty figure like the star dancer would die for no apparent reason. What if I encountered a god like that, and it was jealous of my handsome looks, and told me that I should disappear from this world? What would I do then? Lan Xiaoni. It wasn't unreasonable to be concerned, but wasn't there a problem with this reasoning? Lan Xiaoni was still hesitating about whether she should tell Enlin the truth about his handsome looks, when a look of horror suddenly appeared on Enlin's face. Crap! Lan Xiaoni turned to him with a confused expression. What is it? The diary says that the Starfire battleship fell on a continent at the bottom of the ocean. As for us, we also discovered the Starfire battleship in an unfamiliar underwater world. Could this place be? And Lin spoke with a tense expression. This. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened in shock. An extremely terrifying thought appeared in both of their minds at the same time, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni drew a sharp intake of breath in unison. The place where the Starfire battleship had fallen, the lair of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial, the place where the mysterious being had appeared, and Lin had just joked about how he would feel extremely insecure if he encountered a god like that. Now, it was very likely that the place they were in was where that mysterious god was. Have we fallen into a wolf's den? Lan Xiaoni trembled uncontrollably like a frightened little lamb. And Lin took a deep breath before speaking in a calm voice. Don't panic. After careful analysis, there are actually a lot of uncertainties here. This deep ocean may not be that terrifying place. Think about it. This place was referred to as the Heavenly Turtle Seabed Purgatory by Tianqinji, and it clearly has something to do with the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. How could it be that alternate world? Besides, even if that alternate world has become the trial world of the High Priestess tomb, doesn't that mean that the two High Priestesses have already conquered this world? It's very likely that the mysterious being is no longer here. This place has completely become the trial field of the fallen god tomb. And Lin's explanation was so convincing that even he was convinced. Lan Xiaoni then made a critical conjecture. Then what if Tianqinji and Shi Haizi didn't discover the Star Dancer's nautical diary? And Lin was dumbstruck. One had to realize that the Star Dancer's divine intent wasn't an independent life form and didn't have a complete memory. It was very likely that she had been used by the High Priestesses as a trial boss. The wooden statue would only appear when the residual power of the Star Dancer's body had completely disappeared. In other words, the High Priestesses didn't know about the wooden statue, they didn't know about the golden key, they couldn't enter the Star Dancer's room, and they didn't see the nautical diary. It was very likely that they didn't know anything about this world. It was just that, for some reason, he had treated this place as an ordinary mystic realm to play around with. No, this is the place where the Starfire battleship crashed. There's no way that the two High Priestesses would treat this world as a normal one. And Lin suddenly realized that something was amiss. Lan Xiaoni said, I remember now, the fallen god seabed tomb was constructed on the seabed where the ancient heavenly fiend celestial appeared. There must be a reason behind this. It's very likely that we were able to pass through the tomb to this alternate world. And Lin's brows furrowed. If this really is the alternate world where the ancient heavenly fiend celestial resides, then didn't the diary say that opening a passageway between the two worlds would be extremely difficult? How could we have been teleported here by Tianqinji? Unless there are other mighty figures in this world helping us. Cold sweat began to appear on Lan Xiaoni's forehead. A peculiar silence ensued. The two mighty figures were able to disregard the dangers of this place and open up a passageway between the two worlds after a ferocious analysis. A thought began to well up in Lin and Lan Xiaoni's hearts. Could it be that the two High Priestesses and that mysterious being were involved in some kind of shady deal? Chapter 1067. This conjecture was actually quite valid. Otherwise, it really couldn't explain the strange behavior of the two high priests. The secret regarding the fate of the two tribes should also have something to do with a shady deal between the high priest and a certain powerful being of this world, and Lin speculated. A thought suddenly occurred to him, and he brought out the photographic crystal from his storage ring. Underling Lan, this is the picture of Tian Qinji's turtle shell that I took. What is the secret regarding the two tribes written on it? Lan Xiaoni took a glance at it before shaking her head with a hint of disappointment. I've seen this type of special ancient text before, but I can only decipher it with reference to the starry sky of the West Sea. And Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this. Can't you just write down the secret? Why do you have to make it so complicated? I really don't understand what's the point of having to look at the stars to decipher something. It's very secretive, and it looks very powerful and gives off a sense of superiority, Lan Xiaoni replied with an honest expression. And Lin had nothing to say to Lan Xiaoni's honesty. The two of them had fallen into a predicament again. Aside from the addition of a terrifying enemy, they didn't seem to have gained anything else. That's right, if they couldn't leave this accursed place, everything would be for naught. The two of them swept through the Star Dancer's room again. The results were very disappointing. They didn't find any useful information or items. Big Boss and Lin, what do we do now? Lan Xiaoni turned to Lin for help with a hint of fear and anticipation in her eyes. And Lin paused for a moment before replying. Seeing as the high priests won't open a path for us, we have one last option. What is it? Lan Xiaoni asked. Find that powerful being of this world and get him to open a passageway for us. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Lan Xiaoni. The mermaid princess stared at Lin with astonishment on her face, and there seemed to be tears shimmering in her eyes. And Lin stared blankly at his underling, who was about to burst into tears again, and before he had a chance to ask why, she began to sob again. Wah! I thought that Big Boss and Lin would be my last resort in a dire situation, but who would have thought that Big Boss would go crazy before I did? Have you already broken down? I can't believe I'm seeking death. Lan Xiaoni sobbed with despair as she wiped away her tears, and Lin's mouth twitched. That mysterious being had sunk the Starfire battleship with just a few words before slaughtering tens of thousands of Spirit Fish Clan powerful beings with his mouth alone. It was no wonder that Lan Xiaoni would think this way if Lin wanted to meet such a killer. Actually, Lin had his own considerations for this matter. If that mysterious existence could really reach some kind of deal with the two high priests, then it proved that it was not completely unable to communicate, and there was still room for negotiation. Even though Lin was only an ordinary soul formation stage cultivator, he had many trump cards: the vermilion bird mirror, the chaotic alloy brick, the dragon tribe mighty figure in his ring, the flaming vermilion bird in his sea of vital energy, and his crazy system. At the critical moment, he couldn't possibly not use any of them, right? Of course. This was a plan that would not be used until the last moment. All right, don't cry. In any case, let's continue our search on the Starfire battleship and see if there are any other clues. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. Lan Xiaoni had no objections, and she left the Star Dancer's cabin before continuing to act as the bloodline key. She entered one room after another on the battleship. The Starfire battleship was extremely massive, and it would definitely take over a year to search through all of the rooms. Thankfully, they had found the surveillance room and the battleship map. That made things easier as they only had to search the key areas of the battleship. The search was complete after a few days. Aside from some rare forging materials and energy vessels, they didn't find anything else. To be honest, even if 100 million spirit stones were placed in front of Lin right now, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to pick them up. They were going to die here, so what was the point of all this money? The Star Dancer was the captain of the battleship, yet she couldn't even find a way out of this battleship. So how are they going to find a way out of here? And Lin and Lan Xiaoni slumped onto the deck of the battleship with expressions of despair on their faces. There's only one way left. And Lin gritted his teeth. No, there's another way. Lan Xiaoni refused to give up hope. What is it? We can cultivate here in secret, and after progressing to the return to void stage, we might be able to sense the spatial coordinates of the West Sea and escape from this SH*T2Y place. Lan Xiaoni spoke with conviction. And Lin, why don't you just tell me to beat the crap out of that mysterious, mighty figure after I progress to the Tao integration stage or the God of creation stage? Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. I think starfish. Starfish my A** guess. And Lin immediately gave her a vicious slap on the head. He didn't want to waste any more time, and he turned to Lan Xiaoni. We can't even tear open a spatial passageway with our power, let alone a passageway whose coordinates are unknown. I'm going to find that mighty figure, so it's up to you whether you want to come with me or not. And Lin turned to leave as he spoke. Lan Xiaoni clenched her fists, and her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she had fallen into a dilemma. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath before following Lin with a determined expression. So be it. If I die, I die. Big Boss Lin, wait for me. Even though she knew that Lin was basically committing suicide and she was terrified to death, she still couldn't help but follow along. Hey, underling Lan, don't pull on my sleeve. I'm scared. And Lin rolled his eyes before flying out of the battleship atop his brick. Their first stop was to search for the palace that had been destroyed. According to the description in the diary, the place where the blue figure appeared was right above the mushroom cloud. To be honest, Lin was starting to suspect that the palace was that mighty figure's home. That was why it had appeared as soon as the Starfire battleship blew up its home before destroying the entire Starfire battleship in a fit of rage. After all, its home had been razed to the ground, so it naturally had to retaliate. As a mighty figure, it couldn't just say that it was attacking its juniors in order to maintain its grandeur. So it had to come up with some excuse like, you don't belong to this world, before attacking my god. Thinking about it that way, it made a lot of sense, and Lin swallowed silently. There was a hint of hope in his nervousness. If it really was as he had guessed, then that mighty figure seemed to be more humane and easier to negotiate with. With these questions in mind, he searched the vast and boundless seabed for close to a day before finally discovering a place that appeared to have been blasted apart by a massive shock wave. However, at the center of the explosion, there was no massive crater. Instead, a brand new palace. Chapter 1068. A brand new palace had appeared in this place that had once been a pile of rubble, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni both realized what this entailed. Their hearts began to race as they stared at the underwater palace with nervous expressions. The palace was extremely massive with a width of over a kilometer. The main color scheme was white with white walls and red windows. The top of the palace shone with a faint luster in the inky black sea, as if it were a bright pearl in the darkness. They had only come here to try their luck, but they didn't think that they would discover a palace within the rubble of an explosion. Did that mysterious being have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Why did he have to build the palace at the site of the explosion? Couldn't he have chosen a different location? And Lin didn't dare to say anything, even though he was grumbling internally. Big Boss and Lin, are you really going? Lan Xiaoni's voice trembled, and Lin nodded with a solemn expression. That's right. Don't worry, I still have many trump cards, so we have a very good chance of winning. Lan Xiaoni didn't know where Lin's confidence was coming from, but she could only nod with difficulty. She was trying to brainwash herself over and over again, reminding herself that Big Boss and Lin was invincible in order to bolster her courage. The two of them began to carefully approach the palace, and Lin tried to use his divine sense to probe the interior of the palace, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. No matter how much his consciousness was amplified, he was unable to penetrate the outer wall of the palace. This palace really was something else, and Lin made his way over to the white gate and was just about to push it open when his hand faltered in midair. Lan Xiaoni was ecstatic to think that he was going to change his mind. Big Boss and Lin, we have plenty of time. Let's go back and think about it. There must be another way. And Lin pulled out the Gundams from his storage ring. Go, cannon fodder Gundams. Lon Shawnee. That's right, and Lin didn't dare to take the risk himself, so he sent the Gundams to scout ahead. Gundams 1 and 2 were quite weak, so this was the only job they could do, and Lin and Lon Shawnee silently retreated into the distance. They knew that in the face of a mighty figure like this, putting some distance between them was useless. The Gundams diligently pushed open the gate. Following a loud boom sound, the door was pushed open slowly. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 were just about to scan the interior of the ship. Enemy! A faintly discernible voice suddenly sounded from within the palace. The two Gundams suddenly shuddered violently. Then their superalloy bodies began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka! Bang! Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 exploded. It wasn't an ordinary explosion. Instead, his entire body had exploded into tiny particles and was eventually annihilated in the deep sea. Not even a hair was left behind. And Lin and Lon Shawnee both drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. What happened just now? There were no energy fluctuations at all. Just a single sentence was enough to make the two Gundams explode. What he had heard was far less shocking than seeing it with his own eyes. And Lin, who was originally very confident, now felt an itch in his legs. Bah! It was a battle between two forces. Lon Shawnee instinctively hid behind Lin. She was so scared. Just how powerful was this enemy to be able to unleash such a powerful attack? Furthermore, it had said enemy. Even when the Starfire battleship had blasted its home, it hadn't referred to the enemy as enemy. But now it was referring to the Gundams as enemies. Cold sweat poured down Lin's face as a sense of horror welled up in his heart. He felt like he was in an even more dire situation than the people on the Starfire battleship. Regardless of whether it was the enemy's power or its attitude, Lin was feeling extremely pressured. If the attack could really be detected, then the chaotic alloy brick and vermilion bird mirror would be able to defend against it. But if the two Gundams exploded from a single sentence, how was he supposed to defend against that? Wait, say a single sentence? A thought suddenly occurred to Lin. Could it be that the enemy's attack had something to do with sound? A thought suddenly occurred to Lin. Regardless of whether it was the Starfire battleship or the two Gundams, the enemy always had to say a single sentence before the other party reacted. When the two Gundams pushed open the door, they were clearly just weaklings who could be killed without even saying a single sentence. So why did it have to say that they were enemies? They were just robots. So why did it have to say a single sentence? Why did it have to say a single sentence? Could it be that the enemy liked to talk? That wasn't entirely impossible. Just as these thoughts were racing through Lin's mind, a soft and gentle voice sounded from behind him. Big Boss and Lin, why are you still standing there? That door is closing on its own. And Lin abruptly raised his head to discover that the door that had just been opened was slowly closing. Should he continue onward? Or should he go back and plan for the long haul? Going back and planning for the long haul was just *T. He was just hiding and waiting for his death. *CK at all. A ferocious expression appeared on Lin's face, and he was just about to step forward when a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. This was a dreamy blue figure, and it was impossible to see its shape or size. It was as if it had become one with the entire ocean, or as if it were heaven and earth itself. An indescribable feeling welled up in Lin's heart. He stood rooted to the spot and stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before his eyes, not doing anything. It was as if Lon Shawnee had seen the paramount god between heaven and earth, and her fishtail gave out as she slumped to the ground and hung her head, unable to even muster up the courage to look directly at it. And Lin knew that this was the mysterious enemy that had destroyed the Starfire battleship with just 2 sentences and killed the 2 Gundams with a single sentence, who said they had to go find the enemy. They were right next to the palace. so the enemy could come and find them in person. And Lin had no choice but to muster up his courage. "Calm down, Senior. We bear no ill will toward you, so let's talk things over." He chose to explain the situation first, as he was afraid that the enemy would say things like destroy and enemies first. The blue figure was extremely dreamy and ethereal, and it was impossible to tell whether it was round or square, let alone its facial features. However, and Lin could sense that the blue figure seemed to be focusing its attention on him. Gulp, and Lin swallowed in silence. He looked at the indistinguishable existence up ahead, and he straightened his back. He could be weak, but he couldn't lose in terms of aura. The blue figure slowly landed before materializing, and Lin's heart thumped in his chest. He didn't know what this enemy was trying to do, but he instinctively didn't dare to interrupt the blue figure's materialization process. In the end, the mysterious enemy materialized into a water humanoid with blurry facial features. At least he could see its shape and size, and Lin faltered slightly upon seeing this, clearly unsure of what this action entailed. In the next instant, the water humanoid extended a hand toward Lin and cocked its head to the side. "Hello." Chapter 1069. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened in shock. What was this humanoid water creature doing? Was it expressing goodwill? And Lin didn't have the guts to refuse a handshake from a powerful being, so he immediately extended a hand to shake its hand. The hand was soft and smooth to the touch, and he felt as if he were shaking hands with a piece of jelly. And Lin didn't dare to shake it for too long, and he immediately withdrew his hand after expressing goodwill. In any case, this mysterious being's attitude toward him was quite good, and it was even better than what he had anticipated. To think that it would voluntarily shake his hand, and Lin was feeling quite elated, but at the same time, a cautious expression appeared on his face. "Senior, can you take us back to our original world?" He cut straight to the chase with a respectful expression. That's right, even though he was a little flattered, he wasn't going to lose his bearings and forget what his true objective was. The humanoid water creature didn't say anything. Instead, it turned its head to look at Lin. Its round head didn't have any eyes, but Lan Xiaoni could sense that the humanoid water creature was looking at her. An indistinct voice that could shake one's heart rang out once more. "You don't belong here, you should—" Before the humanoid water creature had a chance to finish its sentence, and Lin interjected. "So we should go home. Please take us home, Senior." The humanoid water creature's body rippled slightly, and its head tilted to the side as if its thoughts had been disrupted as it fell into silence. In contrast, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni heaved heavy sighs of relief. What a familiar phrase. If the humanoid water creature had said, "You should disappear," then Lan Xiaoni would have been screwed. Thankfully, and Lin's interjection cut off the humanoid water creature's verbal barrage. Lan Xiaoni turned to Lin with gratitude in her eyes. She knew that Lin's words were extremely risky and could very well transfer the humanoid water creature's death onto her. But Lin still did it without any hesitation. And Lin stared at the humanoid water creature with an extremely tense expression, fearful that it would say something terrifying again. After a moment, the humanoid water creature turned to Lin. "You can't. That's right. I can't stay here. I should go back to my original world. Senior, can you help us go back?" And Lin interjected again. "The waterman." And Lin's heart rate sped up, and he was extremely nervous. He was afraid that the humanoid water creature would say something that would determine whether he lived or died. So he decided to continue gagging the humanoid water creature. This was the third time he had emphasized that he wanted to return to his original world. He had already said important things 3 times, so this big boss should be able to understand his thoughts, right? They only hoped that the boss was in a good mood and was a kind-hearted person who could open a hole for them. And Lin looked carefully at the water figure with a beseeching expression. The humanoid water creature's emotions seemed to have become rather disjointed, and it stood rooted to the spot in a daze. After a moment, it spoke again. "I want to—" "Yes, You're gonna take us out now, right? And Lin interrupted excitedly. The humanoid water creature. Lan Xiaoni. Boss and Lin's desire to live was a little too strong. Pa Ji. And Lin's body was suddenly flattened to the ground. He only felt an extremely terrifying suppressive force sweeping over, causing him to lose all movement. It's over. And Lin's heart jolted with shock. The mysterious big boss was about to strike. Boss and Lin. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this, and she immediately rushed toward Lin to face the humanoid water creature. And Lin wanted to say something to calm Lan Xiaoni down, but he discovered that all of his power had been sealed away, and he didn't even have the power to speak. He didn't even have the power to shut the humanoid water creature's mouth. This was truly a dire situation. The humanoid water creature nodded with satisfaction at the sight of Lin sprawled to the ground before turning to Lan Xiaoni. I want to complete my agreement with those two juniors. It looked at Lan Xiaoni, who was still standing resolutely in front of it with a pale face. You don't belong here. You're the one those two juniors were referring to as the chosen one, right? Huh. Lan Xiaoni's expression faltered, and she had yet to come to her senses. And Lin. Stupid C asterisk NT. Admit it. And Lin yelled at Lan Xiaoni in his heart. Lan Xiaoni's body shuddered, and she finally came to her senses before nodding instinctively. That's right, I am the chosen one. The humanoid water creature nodded. Your aptitude is also suitable. You are indeed a very good vessel. Wait, vessel? The name Chosen One sounded like a very powerful title, but it turned out that she was destined to be a vessel. Lan Xiaoni and Lin were astonished again as a sense of foreboding welled up in their hearts. Lan Xiaoni was extremely remorseful. She opened her mouth and really wanted to say, I lied to you, but her rationality told her that she would die even faster if she did that. The humanoid water creature extended 2 index fingers and tapped them together before separating them again. An unknown blue object appeared at the spot where the 2 fingers had parted. It was only the size of a fist, but it was ever-changing and illusory like water. Looking at it was like looking at a boundless ocean. The humanoid water creature waved a hand, and the unknown blue object instantly fused into Lan Xiaoni's forehead. Lan Xiaoni moaned in pain as she clasped her hands over her head, and her body trembled uncontrollably as her powerful aura swept through the ocean within a radius of over 50 kilometers. Her aura climbed steadily, and it became more and more powerful. And Lin was extremely anxious and concerned upon seeing this, and he frantically tried to break free from the seal on his body, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. No, I can't let anything happen to underling Lan. Get up! Hurry up and get moving! Boom! All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying power erupted into the sky, and Lin's eyes widened as he stared at the woman in the distance. A bright blue divine light emanated from Lan Xiaoni's body, and it was gentle yet vast. Her aura was as vast and boundless as the ocean, but also as unfathomably deep as a dragon pond. Not only that, but Lin could also sense a completely different type of power emanating from her body. It was as if she had transcended beyond this entire world. She was like a true god. Vessel, was she still Lan Xiaoni? The humanoid water creature seemed to have detected Lan Xiaoni's emotions. Lan Xiaoni turned around with a gentle smile on her face. Big Boss and Lin, I'm fine. And Lin looked at the woman who was smiling at him to discover that there was a blue water droplet insignia on her snowy white forehead, from which a paramount divine power was exuding. He felt like this power was a little familiar. The humanoid water creature nodded with elation at the sight of Lan Xiaoni. Very good. Everything went very smoothly. It's time for you to carry out your duty. Go back now. Lan Xiaoni and Lin were ecstatic to hear this, even though the entire process had been very confusing and inexplicable. However, this mysterious being had finally decided to send them back. This was fantastic news. The humanoid water creature pointed a finger at a certain spot in the ocean, and a blue passageway between the two worlds suddenly appeared. It spoke, "Go, my chosen one. Conquer the West Sea and wipe the entire human race from the face of the Tai Chu continent." Chapter 1070. Rule over the West Sea. Wipe out the entire human race from the face of the Tai Chu continent. And Lin and Lan Xiaoni were both dumbstruck by the humanoid water creature's final sentence. This was the duty of the chosen one. This be asterisk. Starred wanted Lan Xiaoni to rule over the West Sea. Wipe out the entire human race. Uffed. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Setting aside just how outrageous this request was, just Lan Xiaoni's unreliable personality alone would probably make it impossible for her to rule over the spirit fish clan. Perhaps the humanoid water creature had said everything it needed to say, but the restriction on Lin's body also disappeared, and Lin abruptly stood up and pinched Lan Xiaoni's soft cheeks. What are you doing?" Lan Xiaoni recoiled slightly as a blush appeared on her face, and Lin heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank God, you're still the same, underling Lan." Lan Xiaoni was a little touched by this, but she maintained a cold expression. "It's time to carry out my mission. Let's go." And Lin nodded with a serious expression. "Let's go back." The most important thing now was to return to their original world. The passageway between the two worlds opened up by the humanoid water creature was their last chance to leave this accursed place. As for whether it was a blessing or a curse that Lan Xiaoni had been tasked with such an important mission, he would have to think about it after he got back. The two of them knew that there was no time to lose, and they immediately made their way toward the passageway between the two worlds. All of a sudden, the humanoid water creature appeared in front of the passageway before pointing a finger at Lin. "You're not going to stay here?" And Lin was at a loss upon hearing this. This question was so King weird. Why would he want to stay here? He forced a smile onto his face. "Senior, I still have some matters to attend to, so I have to go back now." The humanoid water creature stared at Lin with its eyeless eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became a little terrifying. After a short while, the humanoid water creature suddenly nodded. "I see, I understand now." And Lin, "What do you understand?" The humanoid water creature abruptly made a grabbing motion toward a certain spot in the ocean. An entire ocean surged violently as the water surged and churned, as if the entire world were trembling. And Lin's heart jolted as he stared at the humanoid water creature with a dumbstruck expression. Soon, a blue ball of light flew over from afar before landing in the water humanoid's hand. "You have things to do, so I won't keep you. I don't have anything to give you either. This is a small boat that came here a long time ago. It looks pretty good, so I'll give it to you." The humanoid water creature waved a hand, and the blue ball of light floated toward Lin. And Lin accepted the blue ball of light with a dumbfounded expression. His mouth moved as an absurd thought rose up in his mind. He could not help but ask, "The Starfire battleship?" The humanoid water creature nodded with a smile and said, "That's right, it's a pretty good toy. I hope you like it." Speaking of which, it was strange. He clearly couldn't see the other party's face. However, Lin felt like the water person was smiling, and it was a very bright and friendly smile. "This toy is all right." And Lin nodded before quickly getting into character and stowing the ball of light into his storage ring with a nonchalant expression. Holy *CK! This was a strategic weapon comparable to a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. This humanoid water creature was describing it as a toy. Did it have to be so provocative? Even though he was extremely astonished, his expression was as calm as an old dog's. A smile appeared on his face. "I have to do what I have to do now. Bye." He didn't know what the humanoid water creature had misunderstood, but all he had to do now was play along. The humanoid water creature stepped aside to create a path for them. "Go. This world will be a better place." And Lin's lips twitched, and he held onto Lan Xiaoni's little hand as he plunged into the blue hole between the two realms, within the secret stone chamber of the fallen god seabed tomb. The statue of the giant tortoise and the merman sat opposite each other, panting heavily, as if they had just completed an extremely strenuous exercise. Both of them were a bit limp. They were none other than the former high priests of the heavenly turtle tribe and the spirit fish clan, Tianqinji and Shihaizi. In front of them, there was a white humanoid creature that was emitting powerful energy fluctuations. A return to Void Stage clone is finally complete. Shihaizi smiled. A content smile appeared on Tianqinji's face. This is the result of our combined efforts. A concerned expression appeared on Shihaizi's face. That human by the name of Enlin is more powerful than even the average return to Void Stage mighty figure. Is it really going to be okay to let him in? Tianqinji chuckled coldly. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. It's already been over a dozen days, and they've already become a pile of dirt. The white humanoids' only mission is to retrieve their treasures. There are treasures from our tomb in their storage rings, so we definitely can't lose them. Shihaizi nodded. This batch of fated people was too naughty, so it was fine if they died. They could continue to give out keys. But the next batch of fated people couldn't just leave without any treasures, right? They had to continue to pick out fated people, and they couldn't afford to give out gifts. This was the reason why he and Tianqinji had chosen to create humans. We actually don't have much authority over that place, and you can't see what's going on inside, so you can only give orders to the Star Dancer. What if? And Lin isn't dead? Shihaizi was still a little concerned. Hee. There's no way they won't discover the Starfire battleship once they get there. Once they discover the Starfire battleship, they'll definitely engage in battle with the Star Dancer. Do you think the Star Dancer and the Starfire battleship won't be able to kill Enlin? Tianqinji was clearly very confident in her ability to do so. Shihaizi thought about it for a moment before realizing that she was right. I'm overthinking things. Let's let the white humanoid collect the treasures now. Tianqinji nodded and was just about to open up the spatial passageway between the two worlds. All of a sudden, a blue hole appeared within the chamber. Tianqinji and Shihaizi were both given a fright upon seeing this. Shihaizi's eyes widened. This is a spatial passageway between the two worlds. Tianqinji took a deep breath. This aura, there's no mistaking it. This is a spatial passageway that connects to that world. Aside from me having the authority to open this passage, there's only one other possibility. The god inside opened it of its own accord. Both Tianqinji and Shihaizi's expressions became extremely grave as they spoke. Could it be that it wants to come out? Shihaizi was a little fearful. That's impossible. It can't come out yet. Tianqinji shook her head in denial. She then suddenly thought of a possibility, and a smile appeared on her face. Could it be that it took the initiative to deliver Enlin's storage ring to us? This was actually quite a reasonable speculation. After all, their interests were intertwined, so it was only natural for it to assist them. It couldn't come to this world, but it could toss its storage ring into this world. Thus, Tianqinji and Shihaizi both turned toward the hole. Immediately afterward, the two high priests' eyes widened in shock as they stared at the hole with incredulity on their faces. A voice sounded from within the spatial passageway. Hee, you've guessed wrongly. Not only did it take the initiative to deliver your storage ring, but it also delivered your daddy-in back to you. Chapter 1071. Within the blue spatial passageway, Enlin and Lan Xiaoni had returned, and the two high priestesses were instantly intimidated by their domineering auras. This wasn't because they were all that bad *SS. It was just that it was simply too incredible for something like this to happen at a time like this. Shihaizi and Tianqinji didn't even respond to Enlin's provocation. Instead, they were still staring at Enlin and Lan Xiaoni with astonishment on their faces, as if they had become stone statues again. After the two of them emerged from the spatial passageway, the blue spatial passageway began to disappear. This proved that they really had been sent back by that being. Tian Qingji craned her neck as she murmured to herself, "How could this be? The star dancer didn't stop you? I didn't acknowledge you. So how did you receive that being's approval? And it even personally sent you back?" She had too many questions in her mind, and her thoughts were in complete disarray. However, only an idiot would pay attention to this turtle's words. After Tian Qingji finished speaking, she was greeted by the sight of two fleeing figures. "Don't run!" Tian Qingji let loose an enraged roar as she unleashed a spatial seal. However, Enlin was already prepared, and his origin energy of the netherworld surged explosively as his realm-piercing nail transformed into a streak of red light, which pierced through Tian Qingji's spatial seal. Enlin had only just broken through the spatial seal when a powerful, white figure pounced toward him. Ring! Ring! The pristine white human pounced with a greedy expression, and his hands were like bolts of white lightning as he grabbed toward the storage ring in Enlin's hand. Enlin's expression froze. How the F*CK could he tolerate an enemy who was trying to steal his financial report? F*CK off! He let loose an enraged roar as he unleashed his Earth Lotus Supreme skill in his origin energy of the netherworld form, upon which he launched a mountain-quaking fist toward the white human's head. Bam! The terrifying power behind the fist shattered the space around the white human's head, which he didn't have time to evade, and his head was instantly pulverized. Blood exploded, and the white human's vitality was also severed in that instant. My bye-bye. Be *starred. Tian Qingji screamed at the top of her lungs, and her eyes burned with uncontrollable fury. The white man was the fruit of her and Shihaizi's laborious efforts over a dozen days. However, it had only been alive for 2 hours before it was crushed by Enlin. This was an extremely heavy blow to her. "All of you, stay here." Shihaizi stepped forward, and his power of the divine Tao transformed into a massive wave that was capable of engulfing and destroying all things before sweeping toward Enlin and Lan Xiaoni at an extremely fast speed. The massive wave of the divine Tao was imbued with the power of frost and water, and it was powerful enough to engulf any return to void stage mighty figure. The huge wave was surging, much faster than their escape speed. Moreover, it sealed off all the space to escape. It was like a huge palm that reached the heavens, about to mercilessly slap down. "I can't escape." And Lin's expression changed, and he prepared to fight to the death. Right at this moment, a blue shadow rushed in front of him. When Enlin saw this, he shouted, "Little brother Lan, have you gone insane? Get back here." Lan Xiaoni extended a slender arm toward the massive wave of the divine Tao, and she spoke in a soft voice that was imbued with a hint of divine nature. "Stop!" The massive wave of the divine Tao that was sweeping toward them with unstoppable force suddenly froze on the spot like a painting scroll, as if it had received some sort of supreme command. And Lin's mouth gaped open in shock upon seeing this. Shihaizi and Tian Qingji were even more astonished. At this moment, a blue water droplet appeared on Lan Xiaoni's forehead, and a paramount divine might erupted from her body, making her appear as if she were a goddess looking down upon the ants of this world. Divine break! Lan Xiaoni thrust her palm forward. Boom! The massive wave of the divine Tao roared with rage in that instant before changing directions and crashing toward Shihaizi and Tian Qingji. Holy F*CK! This! Shihaizi was dumbstruck, and he forgot to do anything. This power was too F*King familiar. He recalled back to the horror of being dominated by the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Tian Qingji hurriedly constructed a starlight barrier, but that barrier was no match for Shihaizi's massive wave of divine Tao. A crisp explosion erupted, and the divine Tao wave engulfed Shihaizi and Tian Qingji. The cavernous room was instantly transformed into a vast ocean. Massive waves surged as destructive power surged through the air, killing all living beings within it. Lan Xiaoni slowly withdrew her palm, and her hair danced in the wind. In Enlin's eyes, her petite, snowy white back had become extremely reliable, and Lin was a little dazed. Underling Lan, who would usually hide behind him with a cowardly expression, was now standing in front of him and repelling the two high priestesses, thereby becoming his backer. This, are you King hacking? And Lin couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lan Xiaoni turned her head to the side. The blue water droplets were still exuding a divine glow, making her features appear even more holy and beautiful. She glared at Enlin and snapped, "It wasn't easy for me to become so powerful. Can't you say something nice?" And Lin faltered slightly before giving her a thumbs up. "Underling Lan is the best." Lan Xiaoni was hoping that Enlin would say something along the lines of, "Little and I didn't think that you would become my backer," but it looked like she was overthinking things and Lin was quite innocent. He had always been the one flexing, and it had been a long time since he had complimented someone. He really didn't know what the correct way to compliment someone was. Water splashed violently. Shihaizi roared with rage as he jumped out. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted, and she dragged Enlin along as she fled toward the door of the room. "What are you waiting for? Run." And Lin was perplexed. "You're already so bad, *SS. Why are we still running?" Lan Xiaoni transmitted her voice to Enlin secretly. "I've obtained some kind of divine power that allows me to control all water-type spell techniques. However, I won't be able to defend against other types of spells." And Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. So that was the case. But this type of power, why did it sound so familiar? Suddenly, he thought of his lightning manipulation technique, and Lin turned to her with a serious expression. "Underling Lan, you're not using any hacks. Tell me the truth. Did you obtain some kind of system?" Lan Xiaoni was dumbstruck. "What?" And Lin, all right, it looked like he had misunderstood. He couldn't help but think of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial again. In the diary, the star dancer had described the ancient heavenly fiend celestial as the true ruler of the ocean and that it could use any water-type spell technique for its own use. As for Lan Xiaoni, and Lin fell into deep thought. He had to ponder over the mysterious being's words. The two of them began to rush into the passageway toward the exit of the tomb. Behind them, the two high priests were still chasing after them. However, Shihaizi suddenly grabbed Tianqingji's arm halfway through. "What is it? If we don't give chase now, they're going to get away." Tianqingji was perplexed. Shihaizi took a deep breath. "I think we made a mistake." Chapter 1072. Tianqingji was perplexed. What did we do wrong? Shihaizi looked on at the passageway that Enlin and Lan Xiaoni had escaped through. "Back then, we made a divination and discovered that a new star would appear in the future. She would inherit everything we have here and carry out that mission. Then, she would lead our two tribes into a new era. Why can't this new star be her?" A smile suddenly appeared on Shihaizi's face. "Her?" Tianqingji was a little angry. "She's disrespectful to our ancestors and doesn't abide by the rules of the tomb. How could she be the mermaid who carries the heavy responsibility of our two tribes?" Shihaizi was not enraged. Instead, a carefree smile appeared on his face. "It's exactly because she doesn't abide by the rules that she's the fated one that we need. Only a mermaid like her can lead our two tribes into a new era. If she didn't abide by the rules, she wouldn't even be able to obtain the secrets of our two tribes, right?" Tianqingji fell silent. Shihaizi continued. "As a result, not only did she and that man obtain the ancient tomb's treasures, but they also obtained the secrets of the two tribes. She even obtained the power of that god. Isn't that enough to prove that she's the new star we're looking for? So be it. Perhaps you're right. The flowers turn green when spring arrives, the leaves fall when autumn arrives. The boundless Prajna heart is at ease. The body moves in silence. Everything in this world is a result of fate. I acknowledge them. Tianqinji thought back to the image that Shihaizi had shown her, and she finally heaved a forlorn sigh before nodding in agreement. In that image, there was a hideous mermaid riddled with wounds. She gripped her divine Tao spear tightly, and there was an unyielding determination in her eyes. It was very difficult to imagine that a frail and cowardly mermaid princess would have this kind of expression in her eyes. Heizi, then our inheritances, give them everything. All right, which one will you choose? I choose that adorable mermaid princess, seeing as she already has the power of a god. She should be able to completely inherit my spirit, fish, water type inheritance. Do I have to give my inheritance to that human? With my current power, he's lucky. Tianqinji's voice became softer and softer, and her body started to petrify. A white orb of light flew toward the tunnel at a terrifying speed. Shihaizi sat on the huge stone turtle, and his vitality had been severed. A blue ball of light appeared and chased after the white ball of light toward the passageway at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Enlin and Lan Xiaoni were still fleeing from their pursuers. They had already arrived at the three-way junction and were still a short distance away from escaping from the tomb. Suddenly, Enlin seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and his expression changed greatly. Watch out! The white ball of light rushed toward him at an extremely fast speed. In the nick of time, he took out the chaotic alloy brick without hesitation and placed it in front of him. The black brick was said to be indestructible and indestructible. As a result, the white ball of light collided with the black brick and was heavily injured. Tianqinji. Lan Xiaoni screamed at the sight of the blue ball of light hurtling toward her. Her divine might instantly erupted forth as she swatted a palm toward the blue ball of light. She could control all water-type spells, including water-type inherited spells. Therefore, Pa-ji. The blue ball of light was slapped away, and it was also heavily injured. Shihaizi. The two of them began to doubt their own judgment for the first time. Their inherited spell techniques had an extremely high accuracy rate, but they were blocked at the same time. How the F***CK could they be considered fated people? The white ball of light shuddered violently before flying in a 180-degree arc toward Enlin's back. Enlin's expression shifted drastically, and he tried to change the direction of the black brick. However, the white ball of light was simply too fast, and it instantly fused into his back without any hesitation. Boom! A vast amount of information and spell, technique, true, intent exploded in his mind. Shihaizi's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing what the white ball of light was doing, and he tried to emulate it by flying in a wide arc toward Lan Xiaoni's back. And then he was astonished to discover that he was unable to move. That's right, he had been controlled by Lan Xiaoni and had become Lan Xiaoni's spell technique. Shihaizi, he was clearly trying to bestow all of his inheritances upon them, only to find that his inheritances had been blocked, slapped away, and controlled. What kind of tragedy was this? Fated people my A***S. Shihaizi was definitely not going to admit to this. He was going to leave. Unfortunately, he was unable to move, and Lin suddenly moaned. Phew. Big Boss Enlin, are you all right? Lan Xiaoni turned to Enlin with a concerned expression. I'm fine. That ball of light seems to be harmless. I received Tianqinji's inheritance. Enlin hesitated momentarily before replying with a peculiar expression. Lan Xiaoni's mouth gaped open in disbelief. Senior Tianqinji's inheritance? They were hunting us down just a second ago, and now they're suddenly giving us inheritances? Have they gone insane? And Lin nodded. They're probably insane. I knew they were temperamental and unreasonable a long time ago, but it looks like they really are crazy. The blue ball of light flared up with rage. Crazy my A***S. You're bad-mouthing me like this, and I'm going to give you my inheritance? Dream on. He was enraged, but he still couldn't move. You received Senior Tianqinji's inheritance, So this should be Senior Shihaizi's inheritance? That should be the case. It would be a waste not to accept it. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Thus, the blue ball of light fell under Lan Xiaoni's control with a despairing expression, and it crashed into Lan Xiaoni's body. After a while, Lan Xiaoni opened her bright eyes. Big Boss and Lin turned to the beautiful mermaid beside him. What is it? Senior Shihaizi is so generous! Lan Xiaoni exclaimed in amazement. And Lin, Senior Shihaizi will definitely be very happy to see you so happy, and Lin said with a smile. Lan Xiaoni and Enlin both extended an earnest bow toward the tomb to express their gratitude. In any case, they were very grateful to receive the acknowledgement of the two high priestesses. After doing all that, they continued onward. They passed through the spatial gate at the end of the passageway and finally exited the tomb and returned to the depths of the West Sea. Haha, I'm finally out. Lan Xiaoni yelled with elation as she swam through the water with her long, slender tail. And Lin also heaved a long sigh of relief, and his entire body felt very relaxed. After going through so many battles and encountering so many perilous situations, they were finally back. Even though this trip to the tomb was extremely perilous, they had also reaped many rewards. So Enlin was very satisfied. Everything that I've been through feels like a dream. Lan Xiaoni sighed with emotion as she spread open her arms and closed her eyes to breathe, as if she were embracing the entire ocean. And Lin smiled. Let's go up. It's time to unlock the secrets on the turtle shell. All right. Lan Xiaoni replied obediently before swimming toward the surface of the West Sea with Enlin. Chapter 1073. Within a certain mysterious region of the West Sea on the Tai Chu continent, close to 20 days had passed since Enlin and Lan Xiaoni had entered the tomb. High Priest Guyu of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe was lying on the surface of the water in a leisurely manner, waiting for the results. High Priest Yu Feiyu of the Spirit Fish clan raised his palms to the sky, and a vibrant smile appeared on his face as the colorful ball of water in his hands trembled. The exit of the tomb has been opened, and they're coming back. Oh, that's faster than I expected. Guyu also smiled. Both of the high priests were elated. The fact that the tomb had been opened meant that they had returned safely. As such, it was very likely that they would be able to obtain information that concerned the fate and future of their two tribes. This was fantastic news for both of their tribes. Space split open, and 3 powerful Spirit Fish clan living beings emerged from within. The blue-haired, golden-eyed man at the front of the group burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. I just performed a divination, and today is the day my daughter returns home. How could I miss an occasion like this? This was none other than the leader of the Spirit Fish clan, a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, Lan Xingyang. A yellow-haired young man rolled his eyes. Dad, why do you need to perform a divination for something like this? You only found out about this because the power of the tomb and the Hongmeng sacrificial altar is no longer being maintained. Lan Xingyang unnoticeably glared at the yellow-haired young man who liked to undermine him. At this moment, a handsome Spirit Fish clan man spoke with a smile. I'm sure our little sister is going to bring us some surprises after her safe return. Guyu laughed heartily upon hearing this. Are you kidding me? That mermaid princess who was scared to tears at the sight of Enlin is going to bring you surprises? Bring back a brick or 2 from the tomb. Ha ha ha. The Spirit Fish clan had already learned of Enlin's identity through some means. As such, Guyu couldn't be bothered to hide Enlin's identity, so he just referred to him by his name. Lan Xingyang and the other living beings should be aware of the massive power gap between Enlin and Lan Xiaoni even without Guyu's reminder. Yet they were still holding out hope for Lan Xiaoni. The yellow-haired mermaid nodded in agreement. I think Senior Guyu is right. With Big Sister's powers, it's already a miracle that she didn't die in the tomb. Yet you're still thinking that there's going to be a pleasant surprise? What are you thinking? The handsome merman chuckled. Because my father said so, and so did High Priest Yufeiyu. I deduced it based on their words. Why? Is there a problem? The yellow-haired merman. Brother, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the concept of deduction? Meanwhile, Lan Xingyang smiled and said, Lan Xiaohuang, your brother is right. This is called a double similarity deduction, and it's deducing based on what we've said. It's very high-end. Asterisk. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, not knowing what was going on. Tina and the jade-bone immortal bug stared the family before them with astonishment etched on their faces. Are they really the best in astrology? Why did he look like a fraud? At this moment, Yufeiyu couldn't help but say, Guyu, you're too short-sighted. Your current strength isn't a reflection of your future strength. Lan Xiaoni possesses the great fortune of the Spirit Fish clan, so how can a human from another tribe compare? Guyu shook his head with a calm expression. How would you know what I saw? No matter who it is, as long as they can lead the heavenly turtle tribe out of this perilous situation and into a new era, then our tribe will support them. Both sides expressed their stances, and it was quite clear that they were on opposing sides. At this moment, a burst of water erupted. The main characters that both sides were looking forward to finally appeared. A smile appeared on Lan Xingyang's face. Xiaoni, you're finally back. Are you all right? The smile on his face widened at the sight of Lan Xiaoni. Giant and Lin, Master. The two beast pets also flew toward the man. Mr. and Lin, how was your trip? Guyu asked with a smile. Haha, it was quite a fruitful trip. A smug smile appeared on Enlin's face. Guyu and the others were ecstatic to hear this. Meanwhile, High Priest Yufeiyu turned to Lan Xiaoni with a nervous expression. I'm fine, father. I also reaped some rewards. A sweet smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. Lan Xingyang was ecstatic to hear this. Oh, what kind of rewards? Were they treasures left behind by the two high priests, or some important information regarding the two tribes? The treasures and information are all in Big Boss and Lin's hands. Lan Xiaoni replied with an awkward smile. Lan Xingyang's lips twitched upon hearing this. What the F***? The treasures and information were all in Enlin's hands. How could this be considered a reward? However, Lan Xiaoni suddenly realized something. Wait, big sister, you just said Big Boss and Lin. Did I hear you correctly? Everyone suddenly came to a realization as they turned to Lan Xiaoni with astonishment on their faces. A bright blush appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face, and she stuttered as she explained, Big Boss and Lin took special care of me in the tomb, so that's why I called him that. And Lin nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. Let me introduce Lan Xiaoni to everyone. She is my new underling. Yufeiyu's rainbow water ball almost fell into the ocean upon hearing this. Lan Xingyang drew a sharp intake of breath. Guyu abruptly slapped his own head. Is there something wrong with this development? I clearly divined that Lan Xiaoni was Enlin's most powerful enemy. Have I gone senile with age? Everyone was astonished, as well as High Priest Guyu, who had fallen into self-doubt. However, Tina and the jade-bone immortal bug didn't find this strange. After all, Enlin's habit of accepting underlings was still there. This was a completely normal occurrence. Master, our big family has a new member. Giant and Lin. Which team does Big Sister Mermaid belong to? A servant, a beast pet, or a disciple? She doesn't belong to any of those teams. I didn't sign a contract with her, so it's just a verbal promise. And Lin explained. Lan Xiaoni took a glance at Enlin before turning to Lan Xingyang with a hint of unease on her face. Lan Xingyang took a deep breath and finally came back to his senses. He reluctantly accepted that he had turned an enemy into a friend. His daughter had become the underling of the man who had indirectly killed her fiancé. As long as his daughter didn't mind, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. As for how the Black Fox tribe would feel, they were chess pieces that he was planning to discard after using anyway, so he didn't care at all. Lan Xingyang opened his mouth before asking, "Didn't you say that he took a lot of care of you? Why are all the treasures and information with him? Big Boss and Lin kept me safe." A sweet smile appeared on Lan Xiaoни's face. Lan Xingyang, big brother and little brother. Speaking of which, the tomb would still attack him if you died. That didn't mean anything. Countless stars flashed through Yu Feiyu's eyes as she silently scanned Lan Xiaoни's entire body. That's strange. She didn't fall under any hypnotic spell techniques. Chapter 1074. Everyone seemed to be struggling to accept this development. Oh, that's right. I also obtained Shihaizi's complete water-type inheritance in the tomb. Lan Xiaoni continued with a smile. This time, all of the Spirit Fish clan cultivators suddenly became excited. You obtained Senior Shihaizi's water-type inheritance. Yu Feiyu was elated. That's right. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face. She wasn't going to tell these people that she had almost destroyed Shihaizi's inheritance. Lan Xingyang was ecstatic. Ha! Xiaoni, who would have thought that you would receive the approval of the former high priest, Shihaizi? Well done. You are the future hope of our Spirit Fish clan. To Lan Xingyang, the complete inheritance of the high priestess was much more valuable than all those random treasures. A gratified smile appeared on her big brother's face. He didn't think that Big Sister Salted Fish would be so successful. All of the Spirit Fish clan members were elated, and the atmosphere was very joyous. A faint smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she looked at her elated family and seniors. She actually had an even more important reward that she hadn't mentioned. However, that power involved far too many things, such as the ancient heavenly fiend celestial, the two major tribes of the West Sea, the human race. Everything was shrouded in mystery, and Lin and her had agreed to keep that power a secret for now, and they would decide whether or not to disclose it to the public after they unraveled the oracle bone inscriptions on Tian Qinji's back. There was also something else that Lin was very concerned about. The humanoid water creature had told Lan Xiaoni to destroy the human race, but Lin was also a human, so why didn't the humanoid water creature kill him first? It was like a general sending people to destroy an enemy army. Then there was a known enemy general sitting off to the side, but the general chose to ignore him and even engage in small talk. Was this selective blindness? Mr. Lin, don't be too dejected. It's just an inheritance. An inheritance of our West Sea might not be suitable for you. It's best for you to take the treasure trove. Guyu offered words of consolation. I'm actually quite satisfied. Even though the inheritance of the West Sea isn't very useful. Senior Tian Qinji still gave it to me, and Lin replied, Guyu, Lan Xingyang, Yu Feiyu. He's just a human, but he was able to obtain the inheritance of the high priestess of the heavenly turtle tribe. How did he do that? Yu Feiyu was extremely excited. Let's not talk about anything else. Right now, I just want to kill this pretentious prick. Lan Xingyang said solemnly. No, father. Lan Xiaoni stepped forward. My face hurts a little. Please, can't you tell me what you've learned? Gu Yu said angrily as he rubbed his face. The atmosphere suddenly became very tense. They had thought that they were evenly matched, but it turned out that Lin had what Lan Xiaoni didn't have. And Lin had everything that Lan Xiaoni had. Senior Guyu, how about we decipher the secrets of the two races first? And Lin changed the subject. As soon as he said that, everyone present became excited. That was something that the two former high priests had told them. It was an important piece of information that concerned the future of the two races. How could they not take it seriously? Don't panic. Based on my calculations, the day after tomorrow is the best time to reveal this secret, Lan Xingyang urged. And Lin was astonished. Did they have to pick a good day to reveal this secret? Yu Feiyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, The day after tomorrow is the best time. Why don't you all come to the Sea Heart Palace and wait patiently? We'll be sure to entertain all of you." Guyu chuckled coldly. "Hee hee. Don't even think about tricking me into going to your formation. Do you think I'm stupid? This secret was discovered by Mr. and Lin, so it's not up to you to decide when to reveal it." Not only were Lan Xingyang and Yu Feiyu not enraged by this, but they even made their way over to him. Lan Xingyang chuckled. "All right, fellow Taoist Guyu is right. Let's go to your moving Heavenly Star Island. Mr. and Lin, I'll accompany you for a few days." Yu Feiyu floated toward Lin with a gentle smile on her face, as if she were a gentle big sister. And Lin was astonished once again. How could she be so shameless? She was a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure. Don't degrade yourself. And Lin had underestimated just how attractive the secret was to the two tribes of the West Sea. For the future of their tribes, what was dignity? And Lin didn't really care about this. After all, the secret belonged to the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Spirit Fish Clan to begin with. He only wanted to know what the secret was, so he didn't mind sharing it with the two tribes. That was what he thought. But that didn't mean that the Heavenly Turtle Tribe thought the same. Guyu was about to explode with rage, and it immediately called for help via voice transmission talisman in an attempt to get rid of these clingy little monsters by force. This secret was extremely important to it. Lan Xingyang spoke with a pained expression. "Mr. Guyu, the patriarchs have already said that this secret pertains to the fate and future of our two tribes. We should work together and fight together. What you're doing is going against the original intent of our patriarchs." Guyu chuckled coldly. "Don't use our patriarchs to intimidate me. We can reveal the secret, but the Heavenly Turtle Tribe has to see it first. What if it's a supreme treasure or inheritance that can rule over the West Sea? There's a huge difference between the Heavenly Turtle Tribe spirit and the Spirit Fish Clan spirit." It didn't hide its thoughts, and it continued. "The Heavenly Turtle Tribe doesn't want to compete with the rest of the world. But we also don't want to be oppressed by the Spirit Fish Clan." And Lin and Lan Xiaoni looked at one another with peculiar expressions on their faces. If it really was about ruling over the West Sea, Senior Guyu, you've already lost before even seeing the secret. With the help of Lan Xiaoni, the Heavenly Turtle Tribe could only become Lin's underling in the future, and then Lan Xiaoni would become Lin's underling Emhum. The hierarchy of the West Sea had instantly become shrimp soldiers, crab generals, sea monsters, Heavenly Turtle Tribe, Spirit Fish Clan, and Enlin. TSK, he was getting a little excited just thinking about it. No one knew about the ecstasy in Enlin's heart aside from Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni couldn't help but roll her eyes at the sight of Enlin's expression. The two sides were still bickering. Guyu really wanted to get rid of Lan Xingyang and Yu Feiyu. However, the Spirit Fish Clan was adamant in their refusal to leave. Two Tao integration stage, super mighty figures were determined to stay with Guyu, and this was an extremely depressing situation. There was no way to get rid of them. Not long after that, a group of powerful reinforcements arrived from the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. However, aside from standing off to the side, they didn't do anything. They weren't mortal enemies, so they couldn't fight. You couldn't get rid of these two Tao integration stage super mighty figures, so it could only find a relatively large island in the middle of the ocean to open the secret. The overlord of the island, the mountain giant, pounced over, only to be slapped flying by Lan Xiaoni. Everyone waited on the island for 2 days, waiting for the legendary good day. Night fell. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and countless stars shone down. And Lin stood on the beach and silently pulled out a photographic crystal as he looked at the mighty figures around him. It was now time to reveal the secret. Chapter 10:75. The photographic crystal in the sky exploded and was reduced to dust that dissipated into the sea breeze. It said that it can bestow that paramount power upon a supremely talented junior from one of the two tribes as long as that junior can help it do one thing, and that is to unify the West Sea and destroy the human race. My God, It's a 6-revolution star script. F***ck off. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? 2 arms and a tail. How disgusting. And Lin stood on the beach and attracted the attention of all of the mighty figures of the 2 tribes again. Gu Yu and Yu Feiyu wore extremely grave expressions as they silently set up a new enchantment barrier to keep out most of the mighty figures, leaving only a few core members within. Gu Yu spoke in a slow voice. I'm sure everyone remembers the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. It was a terrifying being that almost flipped the entire West Sea upside down. Boom! After Tianqinji and Shi Haizi slayed the ancient heavenly fiend celestial deep within the West Sea, they discovered a peculiar power tearing through space and fleeing into the outside world. They chased after that peculiar power and crossed the passageway between the 2 worlds, arriving in an unfamiliar world. That world was constructed from boundless seawater, and it was the world that the ancient heavenly fiend celestial once resided in. Yu Feiyu looked at Gu Yu. Do you want to speak or should I? The high priestess, Gu Yu and Yu Feiyu, who were the most proficient in astrology, stood nervously on either side of Enlin as they stared intently at the photographic crystal in Enlin's hand. This was the fiend celestial that had brought them nightmares and terror. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Was he trying to destroy the secret in broad daylight? For hours later, the 2 high priestesses completed their analysis at almost the exact same time. Lan Xiaoni then secretly transmitted the information to Enlin through voice transmission. Gu Yu was busy deciphering the information and had no time to pay attention to Enlin. This was an extremely important matter for the 2 tribes of the West Sea, so there were naturally many mighty figures involved. However, Yu Feiyu had a habit of recording keywords as she deciphered the information. Lan Xingyang, Lan Xiaoni, and the other pure-blooded direct descendants had the right to see what Yu Feiyu was recording. And Lin, on the other hand, stood rooted to the ground with a dumbfounded look on his face. He hadn't even cracked the code yet, but he already couldn't understand what they were saying. Yu Feiyu and Gu Yu had already activated their divine Dao enchantment barriers. Their eyes reflected the starry sky, the ocean, and the oracle bone inscriptions, and they rapidly deciphered the information. God took that strange power away. He was initially very angry and wanted to kill Shi Haizi and Tianqinji. However, he made a deal with Shi Haizi and Tianqinji. Why does it want us to do this? A heavenly turtle tribe mighty figure asked. Outside the barrier, the big shot side, they had been excited for nothing. In the end, they didn't even have the chance to watch the show. The people outside the barrier wanted to enter, but the people inside the barrier were extremely nervous. And Lin could compare this information with Gu Yu's analysis to see if there were any discrepancies. This was quite an exciting process. This time, the supreme beings of the 2 races were even more dumbfounded. F***ck, could it be that they didn't even have the right to hear a secret? What was the secret? Why was it so important? Hence, the Tai Chu continent's heavenly Tao underwent a certain transformation, and it began to possess a consciousness of its own. It scattered the power of the heavenly Tao outside of this realm in order to adjust itself. In the end, they saw God. That's right, it wasn't a self-proclaimed God. Instead, they believed that if there were gods in this world, then this God was a true God. Senior Gu Yu, please go ahead. And Lin interjected. Gu Yu nodded. Then I'll go first. Before I reveal this secret, I hope that all of you can swear Dao heart vows that you won't reveal this secret to anyone. The star chart, sea chart, and text chart, how to branch and combine them is also a difficult task. Gu Yu was revealing all of these things that all of the mighty figures present were aware of. However, countless mighty figures began to let loose cries of surprise, based on the fact that it represents the will of the heavenly Tao. Gu Yu continued, the ancient Tai Chu realm was destroyed by the infinite expansion of the heavenly Tao. The unconscious and unsupervised heavenly Tao was destined to fail. After a short while, Gu Yu spoke with a grave expression. The words on Tianqinji's shell speak of a secret that could shake the entire continent. After deciphering the secret, both of them were extremely astonished. They really weren't from the same world. Idiots! Shut up if you're blind. This is already the 9 Revolution star script. The threshold set up by the former high priest made the secret even more secure. The 2 seniors didn't think too much about it and continued to pursue the power. They wanted to find the source of the power, which was most likely the cause of this entire incident. The 2 high priests, Tianqinji and Shi Haizi, sacrificed their divine tool, the Dead Sea God's sealing spear, and burned almost all of their life force to finally slay the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. This secret was not something that could be deciphered by normal cultivators. Even Tao integration stage, super mighty figures, wouldn't be able to decipher it. All of the mighty figures within the enchantment barrier didn't mind Enlin's rudeness. Instead, they listened to his advice to a certain extent. Wah! Just what did the pangolins say? I don't understand. Only the high priest, who wields extremely powerful star power and calculative abilities, would be able to decipher this secret. Everyone nodded. Some of them had even experienced that battle, and their hearts would tremble at the mention of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Even a god with the ability to create worlds wouldn't be referred to as such by those 2, right? Yu Feiyu was a little slower, but taking into account his strange fetish, there wasn't much of a disparity between the 2 of them. Ah, did someone decipher it just now? Even if it's just a paragraph or a single word, that's fine. I really can't accept this. All of the mighty figures felt like there was no problem, and they all made vows. All of the return to void stage mighty figures discussed spiritedly among themselves. All of the mighty figures present were dumbstruck. All of the mighty figures listened with rapt attention. And Lin didn't hesitate any longer, and he tossed the photographic crystal into the sky. The special text on Tianqinji's tortoiseshell was projected onto the beach. I think it says that if the spirit fish clan and the heavenly turtle tribe mate, a supremely talented prodigy will be born. Little turtle immortal, please agree to be with me. Gasp! Lan Xingyang and Yu Feiyu reluctantly agreed under High Priest Guyu's insistence. If the secret involved treasures and inheritances, then the heavenly turtle tribe would have priority. This was the first time they had heard of a being referred to as a god by Tao integration stage super mighty figure. He had already heard of Yu Feiyu's version. It was Guyu who did it. And that god is actually one of the heavenly Tao's self-regulating heavenly gods, the ocean. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath as they stared at Guyu in astonishment. Some of them also turned to look at Enlin, upon which they were greeted by the sight of Enlin's astonished and perplexed expression. Cries of astonishment erupted once again upon hearing this. Say, what is the secret? Enlin. However, what he said after that sent shockwaves rippling through the entire enchantment barrier. The 2 of them were the main force in deciphering this secret. Those who should have been astonished were already astonished. This was actually all an act. He couldn't understand these words anyway, and they were all like scribbles. Chapter 1076. Everyone present was dumbstruck. The heavenly Tao, the consciousness of the world, the heavenly gods, self-regulation, the ocean, one concept after another was tossed out, and everyone was struck by the absurdity of the situation. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial possesses a special power that allows it to control all water-type spell techniques. That power was actually bestowed upon it by the heavenly Tao. The self-regulation of the heavenly Tao gives birth to a certain type of consciousness. As an extremely important heavenly god, not only does it control water, but it also controls weather such as wind and lightning. It can bestow its power upon the ancient heavenly fiend celestial, but it can also bestow its power upon us. Many mighty figures were already breathing heavily at this point. The temptation to receive the power bestowed upon them by the heavens was simply too great. This was a truly paramount power. Senior Tianqinji, and Shi Haizi referred to the heavenly sea god as the heavenly sea god as it was a true heavenly Tao, divine spirit. Even though this heavenly sea god is a part of the heavenly Tao, its power of the heavenly Tao is far too powerful. If it's not careful, it could cause chaos and collapse in the world, which is why it was unable to enter the Tai Chu continent. In other words, in order to maintain the stability of this world, it refrained from personally descending into this world. At a certain point in time, it suddenly determined that the human race was the cause of instability in this world, so it created an ancient heavenly fiend celestial to enter the Tai Chu continent in an attempt to destroy the human race. Who would have thought that the living beings created by it would be extremely weak after entering the Tai Chu continent, and they would be killed before they even made it out of the West Sea? That's right, this world represses the power of the heavenly Tao. It feels like it's fighting against itself. It's very contradictory, but it's a form of consciousness that exists to maintain stability. Hence, when the heavenly sea god saw the two high priests, it had an idea. If it bestowed a power of the heavenly Tao upon a living being that originally existed in this world, would it be able to break free from this repression? And Lin and Lan Xiaoni looked at each other silently. If they were not mistaken, the power that Lan Xiaoni had obtained was the power of the heavenly Tao of the water element. It really did sound quite scary. Furthermore, it was quite clear that Lan Xiaoni's power hadn't weakened in the slightest, and she was still alive and kicking. The heavenly sea god promised to bestow upon them the power of the heavenly Tao in exchange for helping him conquer the West Sea and destroy the human race. However, not every living being had the opportunity to possess the power of the heavenly Tao. Only living beings below the return to void stage have the right to obtain the heavenly sea god's power. All of the spirit fish clan mighty figures looked at one another before turning toward Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xingyang couldn't help but ask, "Little and I, you seem to have an innate chaotic water spiritual root, right? Then, did you see the heavenly sea god?" Lan Xiaoni shook her head with a confused expression. "No, the two high priestesses didn't mention this to me. Perhaps I'm not fated to be with them?" Lan Xingyang nodded skeptically and didn't pursue the matter. On the surface, the two high priests agreed to the heavenly sea god's conditions to find suitable living beings to carry out this mission. The power of the heavenly Tao was simply too alluring. As long as a living being possessed the power of the heavenly Tao, the two tribes would definitely rise to new heights. They spent the last of their lives constructing the tomb and performed a final divination to predict the fate of the two tribes before handing out the keys and awaiting the arrival of that day. The two high priests could only vaguely sense when the day of the secret would be revealed. During this long period of time, a few prodigies with innate chaotic water spiritual roots had appeared, but none of them were the catalyst for this event. It wasn't until the Purple Star incident that the heavenly sea god's words were confirmed. Only then did the two high priests finally decide to reveal the secret to the public. This was the true catalyst for them to draw upon the stars in the sky to bless the first living being with an innate chaotic water spiritual root after the destruction of the Purple Star. They would then wait for that living being to reach the soul formation pinnacle stage before entering the tomb to receive the inheritance. As for how they were going to conquer the West Sea and destroy the human race, they said the bearer of the power of the heavenly Tao would find out. All of the mighty figures turned to look at Lan Xiaoni in unison as Guyu spoke. Lan Xiaoni shuddered, and she stumbled back a couple of steps with a confused expression. "Why are you all looking at me again? I already told you I'm not the fated one, and I didn't receive the power of the heavenly Tao." A doting smile appeared on Yu Feiyu's face. "Princess, you're the only living being with an innate chaotic water spiritual root after the destruction of the Purple Star. What a coincidence, right? No new keys have been issued to the tomb, which means that the mission of the two high priests has come to an end." Lan Xiaohuang chimed in. "Big sister, this is so bad *SS. You're the woman who's going to become the sea monarch. What's there to hide?" As for Lan Xiaoni's father, Lan Xingyang, he was grinning from ear to ear. All of the Spirit Fish clan mighty figures were already rejoicing with joy. Sigh. Who would have thought that I would have to experience something so heart-wrenching at such an old age? Guyu sighed with resignation. He felt like he could already envision Lan Xiaoni stomping on his back and forcing him to surrender to her. All of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe mighty figures wore dejected expressions on their faces, and some of them were even looking at Lan Xiaoni with enmity in their eyes. Lan Xiaoni was still trying to explain herself in a loud voice, but all of the mighty figures thought that she was just too scared to say anything. That's right, no matter how much Lan Xiaoni tried to deny this, no one would believe her. She couldn't help but turn to Enlin for help. At this moment, most of the mighty figures turned to look at Enlin. Some of them wore contemplative expressions. Some of them had a hint of danger in their eyes. Some of them were deep in thought, and there were even some who were looking at him with anticipation. And Lin was the only human here. It was quite clear that he was a traitor among them. They had revealed their secrets and were plotting to destroy the human race. But another human was listening intently from the sidelines. What the hell was going on? In any case, this didn't seem right at all, and Lin's face convulsed slightly. What was it like to be stared at by 5 Dao integration stage super mighty figures, including Guyu, Yu Feiyu, and Lan Xingyang at the same time? Things seemed to have spiraled out of his control. I suddenly remember that this little friend here is a human. He's the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Lin. I know him. He's heard all of our secrets. We can't let him live. And Lin is extremely powerful, and he has a powerful backer who has close ties with the Celestial Court. It's not a good idea for us to just kill him like this, is it? Don't forget that we have a mission to execute the heavens and destroy the entire human race. The Celestial Court has to be destroyed as well, so what are you scared of? All of the mighty figures discussed spiritedly among themselves, and Lin was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 10:77. And Lin was in a state of panic. He was like a little lamb that had stumbled into a wolf's den. How could he get out of this predicament? The Jade Bone Immortal Bug and Tina both entered battle mode. A faint, refreshing aroma wafted toward them. A blue figure suddenly appeared and positioned itself in front of Enlin. No one dares to touch Big Boss Enlin. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Lan Xiaoni summoned her white ball and raised her brows as she yelled at all of the mighty figures. A Spirit Fish clan mighty figure chuckled lightly upon seeing this. Don't mess around, princess. How are you going to be merciless to us? Any one of us can subdue you easily. Only then did Lan Xiaoni realize that she seemed to be the weakest among this group of living beings. She was very scared. But a determined expression appeared on her face as she suddenly materialized an ice blade and placed it against her own neck. If you dare to touch Big Boss Enlin, I'll kill myself in front of you. Boom! Her words were like a clap of thunder that stunned all of the living beings present. All of the humans stared at Lan Xiaoni with astonishment on their faces. Even Enlin was a little dazed. Even though Lan Xiaoni couldn't defeat them, what if she chose to commit suicide? Who could stop her? Forcing a person who was likely to become the future overlord of the ocean and revitalize the 2 races to commit suicide was something they absolutely didn't want to see. Xiaoni, have you gone insane? Put down your weapon. Lan Xingyang couldn't help but let loose an enraged roar upon seeing this. Lan Xiaoni placed the ice blade against her neck with a cold expression. Big Boss Enlin saved my life. Without him, I wouldn't even have a chance to escape from that tomb. So I'm returning the favor now. All the grand cultivators were stunned by the resolute figure. They didn't dare to get any closer. Lan Xiaoni was clearly serious, and they couldn't afford to take that gamble. My God, is that my cowardly big sister? Could she have been possessed? Lan Xiaohuang exclaimed with incredulity as she stared at the cold mermaid. My little sister is stubborn. You can't persuade her. The handsome man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Never did Lan Xiaoni think that there would come a day when she would have to stand against all of the mighty figures of the West Sea and threaten them. It was also at this moment that a pair of warm hands tightly grasped her little hand that was tightly gripping the ice blade. "Put down your weapons." How could he let his underling use his life to block in front of him when something happened? "Your little brother's criticism is to shout 666, understand?" A familiar voice sounded. Lan Xiaoni turned to the side with a conflicted expression. But if I put down my weapon, Big Boss and Lin, you," and Lin's tone was calm. "Listen to me." Lan Xiaoni pursed her lips and silently lowered her weapon. Seeing this, all the supreme beings heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lan Xingyang's eyelids twitched slightly. He was a little angry that his daughter was so obedient to that man. However, Guyu silently crawled over at this moment and positioned himself protectively around Lin. "Fellow cultivators, no matter what, and Lin has done our two tribes a great favor. Even if conflict is inevitable in the future, we shouldn't kill him now." All of the supreme beings let loose cries of surprise upon hearing this. They didn't think that the high priest of the heavenly turtle tribe would step in to protect Lin. Gu Yu's words carried a lot of weight, and even the other four Tao integration stage super mighty figures had to consider it carefully. At this moment, a light sigh suddenly sounded. "Sigh, underling Lan, it looks like we can't keep that secret any longer." Lan Xiaoni turned toward the man beside her with a hint of surprise on her face, and a resigned sigh appeared on her face as if she knew what he was thinking. "Seeing as that's the case, Big Boss, are you going to announce the truth?" The truth? All of the Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe mighty figures turned toward Lin. Could it be that there was more to this than meets the eye? And Lin's white robe danced around him, and a sharp light flashed through his eyes as an invisible aura slowly gathered around him, making all of the mighty figures' hearts clench. He pulled out a lavish golden crown from his storage ring. Regal crown. This was refined from the essential blood and spine of a divine dragon extracted by Dragon Tribe mighty figure Xiao Tuesday. It can unleash boundless dragon might and is a must-have for flexing. And Lin placed the regal crown on his head, and his eyes suddenly turned a pure golden color as a paramount divine might erupted from his body. Divine might technique. His divine sense was comparable to that of a top-rate return to void stage mighty figure, and the combination of the regal crown and the divine might technique made all of the mighty figures feel an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Lin's body. It was as if they were facing a paramount god in the heavens. Gasp! This power, what a terrifying aura! He's a soul formation stage, cultivator. For some reason, all of the mighty figures within the enchantment barrier had their auras suppressed by Lin. And Lin raised his head and looked directly at all of the mighty figures before him as his voice was imbued with boundless divine might. "That's right, I'll tell you the truth right now. Underling Lan has indeed received the power of the heavenly sea god, the power of water. That's right, I do possess the power of the heavenly sea god." Lan Xiaoni finally nodded and admitted to Lin's act. Her words created another massive stir among all of the mighty figures present. Even though many of the mighty figures had already guessed this, the fact that she had admitted to it in person created an even greater stir. Some of the Spirit Fish Clan mighty figures even had tears flowing down their faces. This is the greatest fortune of our tribe. Our Spirit Fish Clan is finally going to rise again. The Heavenly Turtle Tribe mighty figures were both elated and concerned. There were also many mighty figures who turned toward Lin with confusion in their eyes. Lan Xiaoni receiving the power of the heavenly sea was indeed an unprecedented event. But why was Lin so cocky? The corners of the Supreme Being's mouths twitched involuntarily when they saw him acting like he was the most powerful being in the entire world. They all understood this logic. But what was Lin trying to do? What did this have to do with him? A faint smile appeared on Lin's face, as if he had sensed the confusion in all of the mighty figure's eyes. Lan Xiaoni is the ruler of the heavenly sea god, so do you know who I am? And Lin's powerful question had all of the mighty figures dumbstruck. Who was Lin? Aside from being the war god of the celestial court and the sect leader of the 4-9 immortal sect, he didn't seem to have any other identities. Do you really not know what my other title is? A divine might appeared in Lin's eyes, and he splayed open his hands as countless bolts of lightning crackled and crackled between his palms. Golden bolts of lightning tore through space, exuding dazzling light. Most of the mighty figures present came to a realization upon seeing this. This was a title that could shake the entire continent. A smile appeared on Lin's face. That's right. I am the master of all lightning in this world. Tamer of divine lightning. Lan Xiaohuang interjected with excitement. All of the mighty figures, and Lin, everyone suddenly fell silent, and Lin braced himself and continued in a thunderous voice. I am the heaven's chosen one who can control all of the lightning in this world. I am the wielder of the heavenly lightning god. Boom! And Lin's words were like a bolt of divine lightning that struck all of the mighty figures present, leaving them completely rooted to the spot. Chapter 1078. Super Heavenly Lightning God? Lan Xingyang was dumbstruck. The wielder of the heavenly lightning god. Gu Yu stared at Lin with astonishment etched on its face. And Lin's words were far too earth-shattering, and all of the mighty figures present were stunned once again. Many of them had yet to come to their senses. Waves of shock surged through Lan Xiaoni's heart. She didn't think that Lin would dare to go so far. The mermaid princess could only try her best to maintain her composure in order to prevent herself from being exposed. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back with a faint smile. That's right, that's me. Nonsense. How could you be the wielder of the heavenly lightning god? Some of the spirit fish clan mighty figures refused to believe this and roared in denial. No, he really is a possibility. Yu Feiyu, the most revered member of the spirit fish clan, suddenly spoke up to slap her subordinates in the face. Haven't you heard of Lin's other title? He's the Lord of Transcendence. All of the mighty figures present were no idiots. Almost all of them fell silent upon hearing this, and they fell into deep thought as they stared at Lin with astonishment in their eyes. Gu Yu shook its head. I was wondering how there could be a power that transcends the laws of this world that can control divine lightning. So it's just the heavenly Tao playing with itself. Now that makes sense. Many of the mighty figures also came to a realization. That's right, the most astonishing person in this world with lightning wasn't the Western Celestial Court's heavenly emperor of supreme polarity. Instead, it was Lin standing before them, the Lord of Transcendence, who could control divine lightning. No, that alone doesn't necessarily prove your identity. It could just be that your constitution or cultivation method is special. Lan Xingyang quickly repressed the astonishment in his heart, but he still raised a question. And Lin seemed to have anticipated that there would be questions, and his expression didn't change in the slightest. Underling Lan's power allows me to control all water-type spell techniques, while my power allows me to control all lightning-type spell techniques. This can't be faked, including divine lightning. Similarly, a mere Dao integration stage, lightning-type spell technique. Lan Xingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, what do you mean? And Lin looked at all of the mighty figures present, and a proud expression appeared on his face as he spread open his arms. I'm not targeting anyone. All I want to say is that all of the lightning-type spell techniques used by all of you are trash in my eyes. Asterisk kiss, asterisk, all of the mighty figures' eyes widened as they stared at Lin in shock. Even Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug were beginning to lose their cool. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug transmitted her voice to Xiao Na, Big sister Xiao Na, isn't Master flexing a little too much? He's drawing everyone's aggro. Tina transmitted her voice with uncertainty. Probably, not a problem. I've already secretly prepared a spatial divine technique. If we really are in mortal danger, I'll take you with me even if I have to die. And Lin didn't pay attention to everyone's expressions, and his mood became even more indifferent and arrogant. If any of you are unconvinced, feel free to strike me with lightning. If I don't kill Lei Ri, consider it my loss. All the mighty ones were shocked. What a frightening aura! Was this the demeanor of the heavenly lightning god, the super heavenly lightning god? It had to be said that Lin's confidence and pride had won the hearts of many of the mighty figures present. Of course, there were also some who were unconvinced and wanted to give it a try. All right, Lan Xingyang stood up first with battle intent surging from his body. If that's the case, then allow me to experience your power. The fact that a Dao integration stage super mighty figure was going to participate in this battle instantly put an end to all of the other mighty figures present. A Dao integration stage lightning technique should be able to instantly reduce a return to void stage mighty figure to dust, right? Lan Xingyang was definitely the best candidate to verify this. Big Boss and Lin. Lan Xiaoni turned to Lin with a concerned expression, and Lin offered a comforting smile. Don't worry, I won't do anything that I'm not confident in. Stand back in case you're caught up in the shockwaves. Soon, a vast expanse of empty space was cleared out with Lin at the center. Be careful, Mr. Lin. I might have gone a bit too far, so don't blame me if you die. Lan Xingyang made a hand seal as he spoke in a slow voice. Vital energy instantly surged for several dozen kilometers as gale force winds swept through the air. Blue lightning imbued with an extremely terrifying power of the divine Tao surged through the air. All of the mighty figures retreated even further away from Lin upon seeing this. They knew that Lan Xingyang wasn't joking when he said that he was going to use his power of the divine Tao. Soon, the lightning converged to form a blue whale, and each and every one of its tails caused the space around it to crack open and collapse. All of the return to void stage mighty figures present were feeling extremely fearful. It was quite clear that this blue whale could even kill a return to void final stage mighty figure. The blue whale's body curved before abruptly springing forward at a speed so fast that it was impossible to follow with the naked eye as it crashed toward Lin with terrifying might. Tina, the jade bone immortal bug, and Lan Xiaoni all had their hearts in their throats as they stared intently at the dazzling blue whale lightning technique. However, Lin only extended a single finger. Kacha, it was as if time and space had stopped. The blue whale suddenly stopped in midair. Only the lightning that lit up the entire night sky and the spatial rifts in its wake were a testament to the fearsome power of the blue whale's attack. And Lin pointed at Lan Xingyang with his index finger. F***CK off. A cold voice sounded. The blue whale suddenly changed directions before crashing toward Lan Xingyang with even more terrifying power. Lan Xingyang's expression shifted drastically, and his power of the divine Tao transformed into a massive palm that swept toward the lightning blue whale. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Lightning exploded, and destructive power pulverized everything around it. Some of the nearby mighty figures didn't even have time to react and were knocked flying by the terrifying shockwaves. When the lightning dissipated, Lan Xingyang was still standing on the spot, but his outstretched hands were showing signs of being charred black. All of the mighty figures were dumbstruck as they stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. And Lin wounded Lan Xingyang. He really wasn't lying when he said that he could control all lightning techniques. Then he really is many of the Spirit Fish clan and Heavenly Turtle tribe. Mighty figures turned toward the white-robed man with reverence in their eyes. Lan Xingyang took a deep breath. Not only can you control my lightning techniques, but you can also make the power of my lightning techniques even more terrifying. Even Tao integration stage, super mighty figures, may not be able to do something like this, but you're only a soul formation stage cultivator, yet you're able to do it. His expression changed as he looked at Enlin, and he extended a courteous salute. Super heavenly lightning god, please forgive me for my previous offense. After connecting the dots, most of the mighty figures were convinced that Enlin was the one who wielded the power of the heavenly lightning god. As soon as Lan Xingyang finished speaking, the crowd no longer dared to question him. The man standing before them was none other than the one who wielded the power of the heavenly lightning god. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 1079. After confirming Enlin's identity, all of the mighty figures looked at Enlin in a completely different light. However, Enlin was not smug in the slightest. Instead, he adopted a high and mighty stance as he surveyed the mighty figures around him with an indifferent expression. Seeing as I've already proven my identity, it's time for me to tell you some things. Enlin interlaced his fingers with a profound expression. Lan Xiaoni was astonished. Big Boss was still coming? Was this going to be a long show? All of the mighty figures' hearts skipped a beat. No one viewed him as just an ordinary junior with a supremely talented aptitude anymore. On the contrary, everyone viewed him as a mighty figure who wielded the paramount power of the heavenly Tao. And Lin had already gotten into character, and he stood there firmly. He paused momentarily, and no one dared to say anything. And Lin gathered his emotions for a moment before continuing. Do you know why Lan Xiaoni is willing to call me Big Boss? The fact that I've protected her is one of the reasons, but after obtaining the power of the heavenly Tao, her status has become extremely lofty and transcendent. So why is she still willing to call me Big Boss? Lan Xiaoni snuck a glance at Enlin, as if she was a little displeased. She was clearly calling him Big Boss out of her own free will. That was what she thought, but no one else thought the same. All of the mighty figures' curiosity was piqued, and a heavenly turtle tribe mighty figure couldn't help but ask, Heavenly Lightning God, why is that? Because a faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. My power of the heavenly Tao is of a higher level than Lan Xiaoni's. All of the mighty figures' eyes widened upon hearing this, and Lin continued in a calm and collected manner. Lan Xiaoni inherited the power of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Think back. How is the power of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial different from mine? Everyone fell silent again. A thoughtful expression appeared on Yu Feiyu's face after a short while. The power of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial can control all water-type spell techniques, but in Heavenly Lightning God, not only can you control lightning-type spell techniques, but you can also enhance the power of these spell techniques, and Lin smiled. Smart. Taking the enemy's lightning for your own use is only a basic power of the heavenly Tao. However, being able to enhance the power of your own lightning is an even higher power of the heavenly Tao. Why? This is because I am an existence on the same level as the heavenly sea god. I am the will of the heavenly Tao, and I wield paramount power. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. All of the mighty figures stared at Enlin in disbelief. Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug were also astonished. It's over, it's over. Master is really going crazy. Giant Enlin sure has guts. At this moment, a rational mighty figure retorted. Don't joke with us, super heavenly lightning god. It was clearly stated in the secret that the true heavenly gods of the heavenly Tao are unable to enter the Tai Chu continent. And Lin chuckled and waved a hand through the air. Don't forget that the heavenly sea god is the only one who can't enter that place. I'm different. Gasp. The useless heavenly sea god? Some of the supreme beings felt their hearts tremble and their ears buzzed. Lan Xiaoni's lips twitched involuntarily, and Lin continued in an indifferent voice. Why can I enter the Tai Chu continent? This is a journey of the heavenly Tao to become immortal. After sealing the heavenly Tao, one confused with the ordinary life forms of this world before slowly developing this power. This is quite similar to the heavenly sea god's ability to use the living beings of this continent to carry out his mission. Guyu exclaimed, "What a beautiful imagination, Senior Guyu!" And Lin heaved a sigh of praise in his heart before continuing. "All of you who have read up on me will discover what's so special about me. Aside from me, have any of you ever seen a Tao body stage cultivator slay a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage? Have any of you ever seen a cultivator reach the soul formation pinnacle stage after just a few years of cultivation? Have any of you ever seen a soul formation stage cultivator as bad *SS as me?" None of the mighty figures were able to answer these three questions. There really was no one on the entire continent who was as bad *SS as him. Some of the return to void stage mighty figures were already trembling as they stared at Enlin with awe and veneration on their faces. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. "I'm so bad *SS, not because of how supremely talented I am, but because I am a part of the heavenly Tao." All of the mighty figures were scared **less. They had thought that Enlin was like Lan Xiaoni, who had been chosen by the heavenly Tao to complete some kind of mission. Never would they have thought that Enlin was the heavenly Tao itself. However, Enlin suddenly changed the subject. "You don't have to be too nervous. I've already transformed into a mortal, so I've been tainted by the aura of a mortal. Aside from being a little bad *SS, I'm actually the same as all of you. Just treat me like a normal living being." Some of the mighty figures trembled in fear. Treat a heavenly Tao being like a normal living being? Doing such an outrageous thing. This concubine really can't do it. Furthermore, do you think it was just a coincidence that I entered the fallen god seabed tomb? Aren't you curious as to why I would somehow become involved in the tomb of the high priest and the high priestess? This is a secret regarding the fate of the two tribes. That doesn't make any sense. You might think that this series of coincidences is the will of the heavens, that this is fate destined by the heavens. Actually, this is not wrong, because all of this is my own arrangement. My will is the will of the heavens. Gasp! All of the mighty figures drew another sharp intake of breath. I'm actually going to the tomb to find my old friend, the heavenly sea god. I'm going there to tell it in person to stop its **T plan. My ultimate goal is actually the same as its. We both want to maintain the stability of this world and avoid the tragedy of the ancient Tai Chu realm from happening again. If the mission of the heavenly sea god of water is to rule over the West Sea and destroy the human race, then what is the mission of the heavenly sea god of lightning? As the possessor of the heavenly lightning god of water, my mission is to rule over the West Sea and destroy the human race. A smile appeared on Enlin's face as he looked at all the mighty figures who were listening respectfully to him. My mission is to revive the human race and ensure the stability of this world. A smile appeared on Enlin's face as he looked at all of the mighty figures. My mission is to revive the human race and ensure the stability of this world. Lan Xingyang, Guyu, Yu Feiyu, and all of the mighty figures stared blankly at him. Everyone present could hear a pin drop. However, Enlin's aura was extremely calm. The human race made a mistake and stabbed a hole in the sky. However, the human race is like a dagger. If I use it in the wrong place, it will hurt me. But if I use it in the right place, it will become my most powerful weapon. That's right. I choose to forgive the human race. I can sense that if I carry out my mission to destroy the human race, an unimaginable calamity will erupt in this world. However, if I choose to revive the human race, the Tai Chu continent will usher in a new era of glory. And Lin looked at all of the dumbstruck mighty figures before continuing. The heavenly sea god has already agreed to my plan. The heavenly sea god has already agreed to my plan. He has bestowed upon Lan Xiaoni the power to rule over the West Sea and assist me with all his might. This is the real deal. Hence, Lan Xiaoni is my underling, Lan. And Lin turned to Lan Xiaoni with a loving expression. That's right, Big Boss and Lin. You're absolutely right. Lan Xiaoni was astonished. She was truly shocked. This was too overbearing and ridiculous. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he looked up at the starry night sky and made a slight embrace with his arms. My power has yet to fully recover, and the human race still has a long way to go. Are you all willing to fight for this world with me? When the time comes, all of you will be the greatest heroes of this world. The 5 Tao integration stage, mighty figures, were all dumbstruck. All of the return to void stage, mighty figures, shuddered. All of them realized that this could be the most important turning point in the history of their entire race. The power of the heavenly Tao, it was an invitation to them. Chapter 1080. After Enlin finished speaking, he extended a worldwide invitation to the Spirit Fish Clan and the Heavenly Turtle Tribe mighty figures. The man who was embracing the world was so proud, so dazzling, and so inviolable. Lan Xiaoni wanted to applaud upon seeing this. To be honest, she really didn't think that the situation would evolve from a bunch of mighty figures trying to kill Enlin, inviting them to join him in reviving the human race. Lan Xiaoni was quite familiar with Enlin's situation, and even she was wondering if Enlin really was the heavenly lightning god. After all, what he said was far too true. It was simply impeccable. Even Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug were beginning to have similar suspicions. Now that I think about it, Giant Enlin really is very special. I've always felt that Master was extraordinary, but who would have thought that he would be this extraordinary? Crap, could he really be? Enlin's great deception technique had not only fooled his enemies, but he had also fooled his allies. Not only that, but he was also fooling himself as he spoke, and the more he spoke, the more he felt like he was the heavenly lightning god. For some reason, he was also starting to believe that he was the heavenly lightning god. The 2 high priests, Yufeiyu and Guyu, were most adept at deducing certain information. All of them were astonished after conducting a comprehensive analysis of the information that Enlin had exposed. Yufeiyu took a deep breath before speaking in a trembling voice. There is a 98% chance that Enlin possesses the power of the heavenly lightning god. He is a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, so there is a 99% chance that everything he has said is true. Guyu murmured, My deductions are even higher than yours, 99% and 91% respectively. The 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures looked at each other before extending respectful salutes toward Enlin at almost the exact same time. Guyu pays his respects to the heavenly lightning god. Yufeiyu pays her respects to the heavenly lightning god. Even the high priest had acknowledged Enlin's identity, so all of the other mighty figures immediately extended respectful bows toward the white-robed man. In such a situation, even a fool would know that it was better to believe that it was true than not. Moreover, the shocking facts were placed in front of them, and they had their own judgment. Tina and the Jade Bone Immortal Bug didn't. After all, they were Enlin's beast pets anyway. As Lan Xiaoni's underling, all she had to do was cheer him on, so she naturally didn't need to pay her respects. Just like that, all the mighty figures within the barrier respected Enlin as if he was the heavens, revering him endlessly. They all expressed their willingness to follow Enlin to revive the human race and protect the entire world. Enlin looked at the supreme beings who were worshipping him like a god and smiled. Others might think that his smile was benevolent and sacred, representing the recognition of the heavenly Tao. But this smile of his was actually a smile of victory. Damn it, I, your father, have finally overcome this calamity. It seemed like he had overperformed a little, but it wasn't a big problem. One more thing. I hope everyone can swear Tao heart vows to keep the fact that I'm a representative of the heavenly Tao a secret. I have yet to recover fully from the suppression I suffered due to my mortal transcension. During this period of time, just keep a low profile and listen to my instructions. And Lin's words were very reasonable, and all of the mighty figures immediately swore to keep this a secret. Thus, everything progressed very smoothly. The two tribes followed the heavenly Tao into battle, and the era of glory seemed to have arrived. The enchantment barrier slowly disappeared. On the beach, all of the mighty figures outside the enchantment barrier stared at the mighty figures within with curiosity and anticipation, as if they were trying to glean some information from their expressions. They were then greeted by the sight of all of the mighty figures, and they felt as if they had received a baptism and were filled with boundless anticipation toward the future. All of the mighty figures who hadn't heard the news were astonished. My God, what have these people been through? Why does it feel so weird? Mr. and Lin, are you going back to the Kingdom of the 9 States? Do you want me to give you a ride? Guyu spoke with a buoyant smile, as if he had forgotten that he was the high and mighty high priest of the heavenly turtle tribe. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Guyu. A harmless smile appeared on Enlin's face. Why don't you leave tomorrow, Mr. Enlin? You brought the secret out of the tomb, so our spirit fish clan will naturally prepare a simple gift as thanks. Lan Xingyang spoke with a nonchalant expression, and Lin was ecstatic, and a hint of elation appeared on his face. You're far too kind, Senior Lan Xingyang. Holy F asterisk CK, he had almost forgotten about this. Guyu cursed himself internally for being such a nuisance, but a benevolent smile appeared on his face again. Mr. Lan Xingyang is right. Our heavenly turtle tribe owes Mr. Enlin a debt of gratitude, so we should also prepare a gift for him. You're far too kind, Senior. Please don't prepare anything too expensive. Otherwise, I won't be able to accept such a gift. And Lin's expression was filled with righteousness, but his heart was bursting with joy. He had flexed and received a gift. This was so satisfying. All of the mighty figures outside the enchantment barrier were dumbstruck. Just what kind of secret had Lin obtained? Why did it feel like the mighty figures of the 2 tribes were being so polite to Enlin? Tina, the jade bone immortal bug, and Lan Xiaoni didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that Enlin's heavenly flying immortal acting skills would embarrass them again. Thus, Enlin stayed on the island for the night. The mighty figures of the 2 tribes went to pick out gifts for him. Guyu traveled through space and headed toward the moving Heavenly Star Island, and it couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It had only divined that Enlin was going to be the key figure that would change the fate of the 2 tribes. How did he suddenly become the representative of the heavenly Tao that would lead the 2 tribes to glory? No, according to that theory, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to refer to him as some kind of consciousness of the heavenly Tao. He was a monarch, but Guyu had judged him to be a bronze monarch. This made Guyu doubt its own astrology skills again. Was he not suitable to be the high priestess? Should it resign and go home to raise pigs? Within the Sea Heart Palace of the West Sea, Lan Xingyang had already begun to pick out a gift. Within a boudoir, a graceful mermaid with a blue tail was diligently grooming herself in front of a white mirror shell. She had a light blue veil draped over her body, which was quite intricate, but a little short, revealing her slender, snowy white waist. Her long, inky black hair was coiled into a bun, which was held in place by a jade hairpin. She pursed her lips, which were as beautiful as a fruit. The mirage coral necklace and the red jade bracelet circled around her wrist for a long time before the final mirage coral necklace appeared on her wrist. The necklace was as white as snow, and the necklace was as red as fire, creating an intimidating sight to behold. Your Highness, you've been grooming yourself so diligently ever since you've returned. Who are you going to meet tomorrow? A beautiful mermaid asked with a curious expression. She had served the princess for a long time, but she had never seen the princess put so much effort into grooming herself. The mermaid princess looked at her beautiful features in the mirror shell and replied with a faint smile, I'm going to meet the most handsome man in the world tomorrow, of course. Chapter 1081. And Lin was meditating on the island in a leisurely manner. Some of the Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe mighty figures had gone back to take care of business, while others continued to stand respectfully in the distance. They didn't dare to disturb Lin, but they also wanted to personally see him off as a gesture of respect. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and waves crashed relentlessly against the reefs of the island. Tina and the jade-bone immortal bug were both lying on Lin's shoulder as they looked up at the horizon, where a sun that resembled an egg yolk was slowly appearing. Giant Lin, you big swindler! How dare you swindle food and drinks out of me? Tina grumbled in a low voice, and Lin retorted with a serious expression. Who are you calling a swindler? I didn't want any presents at all. They offered to give me presents, and I didn't want to embarrass them, so I didn't refuse them. Tina rolled her eyes and harumphed before ignoring Lin. And Lin finally managed to explain to his two beast pets that he really wasn't the heavenly Tao and that his survival instincts had forced him to fabricate a fake identity. The beast pets finally believed him, but they then began to point their fingers at him for swindling presents out of him. They were actually quite bored, so it was quite fun to criticize their shameless masters from time to time. As the sun rose over the horizon, a group of Spirit Fish Clan cultivators arrived. Lan Xingyang, Yu Feiyu, and the other mighty figures had arrived. And Lin also saw a very familiar figure. What a beautiful mermaid! Even Tina couldn't help but exclaim, and Lin nodded in agreement. Underling Lan has fulfilled all of my fantasies about mermaids. Perfect! Lan Xiaoni spotted Lin from afar. She had initially wanted to happily fly over to the reef, but after thinking about it, she realized that she had to show the other side of herself to Lin. Her goal was to make sure that he would never forget her current appearance. She couldn't allow her image to be ruined. Hence, Lan Xiaoni repressed her urge. She slowly and gracefully made her way forward before landing beside Lin like a celestial maiden. Her hair danced in the wind, and a fragrant scent wafted toward him. Big Boss Lin, Lan Xiaoni greeted with a smile. She was the princess of the Spirit Fish Clan, so it was a little strange for her to refer to someone else as Big Boss. However, she couldn't care less anymore. She had already gotten used to it, and Lin had a look of admiration in his eyes as he praised, Little brother Lan, your beauty has reached a whole new level. A light blush appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face upon hearing this, and she replied in a seductive voice, I dressed up a little before I left. After all, I had to see you off. At this moment, Lan Xingyang also walked over with a hearty laugh. Little friend Lin, I've kept you waiting. I've prepared a small gift for you to express my gratitude. With that said, he handed a storage ring to Lin, and Lin nodded slightly and accepted it with a carefree expression. He didn't even take another look at it, as if money was like dirt to him. Lan Xingyang didn't mind. Instead, he issued a command for everyone to leave with a smile on his face. I'll be taking my leave now. You can have a chat with my daughter. In his eyes, this representative of the heavenly Tao definitely had a lot to say to his underling. Thus, everyone else left, and Lin and Lan Xiaoni sat on a rock and looked up at the rising sun. The warm rays of the sun fell upon Lan Xiaoni's body and intertwined with the beautiful butterfly carved into the shape of a luminous pearl on her forehead, exuding a faint golden light. She rested her chin in her hands, and her eyes reflected the rising sun. Big Boss Lin, you said last night that you're going to revive the human race. Is that true? And Lin shook his head. It was just a casual remark. In order to prevent the destruction of the human race, I can only lead them in the opposite direction in order to avoid arousing suspicion. However, if anyone tries to invade the human race, I'll be sure to kill them. Even the heavenly sea god is no exception. Lan Xiaoni's eyes dimmed slightly. What if that person is me? And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. What are you talking about? You're my underling. Don't overthink things. I'm very scared. I'm scared that the power within my body will slowly transform me into a different person, or I'll suddenly go berserk and devour my mind. Tears welled up in Lan Xiaoni's eyes, and she pursed her lips. You know how terrifying that heavenly sea god is. Would it really give me a heavenly Tao power without any backup plans to force me to do something? Lan Xiaoni was not happy after obtaining the heavenly Tao power. On the contrary, the irresistible blue figure was constantly haunting her heart, striking her with fear and helplessness. Right at this moment, a warm hand landed on Lan Xiaoni's head before gently rubbing her head. If that day really comes and you lose yourself, I'll beat you awake, then kill the heavenly sea god. Don't forget, I'm your big boss and I'll protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll make them pay the most painful price. Lan Xiaoni turned to look at the extremely determined man beside her, and 2 streaks of tears had appeared on her face. However, a vibrant smile appeared on her face, and she was like a vibrant flower blooming under the morning sun. I believe in you, Big Boss and Lin. Then, Big Boss and Lin, I'll rule over the West Sea for now and become your most reliable shield. Gasp! What a domineering statement. Underling Lan, you've changed. This is all part of my self-cultivation. Don't forget, you have to come to the West Sea often to patrol. Big Boss and Lin. Don't worry, I'll come often, I promise. Then it's a promise. Let's pinky swear. No, let's hug. Thus, a warm and fragrant body fell into his arms. This was the first time Lin had hugged Lan Xiaoni in a proper manner. The image of the 2 of them hugging on the rocks of the small island was very beautiful, and Tina, who was standing nearby, silently snapped a photographic crystal. This was not an act of her own volition. Instead, this was something that Xue Zhantian had asked her to do. She didn't know why, but it was fine to take a picture, right? And Lin and Lan Xiaoni chatted for a while longer. Lan Xiaoni's power of the heavenly Tao of water was indeed very strange. Its power was very real, but its mission was far too insubstantial. Could it be that whether or not she fulfilled her promise was entirely dependent on her character? And Lin didn't know what was going on, so he could only set this aside for now. Not long after that, a turtle head crashed through space and descended upon the island. Guyu also returned with a present. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. and Lin. I struggled for a long time before deciding on a present, but I couldn't think of what to give you. If only you were a normal cultivator, I could just give you some spirit stones. However, Mr. and Lin is clearly not such a vulgar person. And Lin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. What he needed the most right now were spirit stones. I think that Mr. and Lin is at a critical juncture in his recovery, so his safety is of the utmost importance. Hence, I used the divine rank material of our heavenly turtle tribe, the heavenly star dark shell, and injected my most powerful defensive spell technique into it. The heavenly star dark shell can be activated a total of 3 times, and each time it can keep a Tao integration stage mighty figure's attacks at bay for 10 minutes. Guyu spat out a palm-sized black turtle shell from its mouth as it spoke. This was undoubtedly the most powerful life-saving treasure for a soul formation stage cultivator. However, and Lin's lips twitched upon seeing this. Is everyone in your heavenly turtle tribe like this? What? Guyu was perplexed. No, nothing. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Guyu. And Lin accepted the black turtle shell with a smile on his face. There was no way he was going to tell him that Tian Qinji's inheritance was something similar to this, and Lin was most likely going to become the most powerful being in the world in terms of defensive prowess among all soul formation stage cultivators.